Have to take your seats.
I know Mayor Pro Tem was here.
The February 20, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make this announcement during all of our council meetings. We tell everybody that this building is protected by a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system. So if alarms should activate during today's meeting, please leave through the exits here, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the building, and employees wearing safety vests or our marshals will be there to assist you and inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. There's no reason to believe that this will ever happen, but we do it in an abundance of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Dr. S.S. Rogers, pastor teacher, the Greater Mount Sinai MRM, Inc., and please remain standing for the pledge.
May we bow our heads. Oh, gracious Father, we pause for a moment to say thank you for awakening us and closing our right minds. And we are all assembled at this place, at this council meeting. We ask you now that you will regulate the minds of our officials, give them the mind of you, that they will do the thing that's on the agenda. Now bless us individually and then bless us collectively in your name. We ask you now to look upon those who have been victimized. Look on those parents. Look on our entire country. Look on our districts and different things that we need to uplift others. Bless us now in the name of the Father, the name of the Son, and the name of the Holy Spirit. These now are the blessing we ask in your Son, and for your sake we pray. And all of the people said, Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, everybody. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and we have a very important matter that we're going to call first on this morning. We're delighted to be swearing in Cynthia Leung as our Department 1 Municipal Court Judge. Cynthia, if you'd please come forward. I'd also like to ask her mother and father, Jane and Bernard, to please join us. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations. I know what kind of pride you have at this time. I'm pleased to administer the oath of office, and Jane and Bernard, would you please hold the Bible for Cynthia's left hand? And Cynthia, would you please raise your right hand? Do you, Cynthia Leung, solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, and the ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you're not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in the government of the city of Las Vegas, and that you are a bona fide resident at the stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I swear.
Congratulations. Chief Judge Burt Brown, Judge, will have the honor of robing our new judge. Very good job. And Mayor Pro Tem Reese has a presentation for Mrs. Leon. And now, Your Honor, this is yours.
A few words. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you. Mayor and members of the council, let me first say that I am deeply honored that you've entrusted me with the remainder of Judge Gregory's term. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that Judge Gregory was a friend and a mentor, and his passing is something that is deeply felt in the legal community. It truly marks the end of an era. I myself have chosen public service as a career, and so today is a tremendous milestone for me. I certainly did not arrive at this milestone by myself, and to that end, I want to thank my mom and dad. It isn't often that a child gets to thank their parents in so public a manner. And so, Mom and Dad, I share this day with you, and I thank you for all your support and your hard work so that I could have a good education. I appreciate that.
There we go. I'm supposed to give her a hug. And your dad, too. What are you doing?
I want to thank my friends and family that have known me from day one of law school, who came into town, my friends and family that are here when I first started my career. I appreciate your support. It means a great deal to me. I want to thank my friends in Muni Court and in the City Attorney's Office. My colleagues there, I appreciate your unwavering support throughout this process and throughout my time there. I've had incredible opportunities and have grown personally and professionally as a result of working for the City Attorney's Office. So, and I've forged lifelong friendships there, and I really appreciate that. I guess in closing, I would say how thrilled I am to become a member of the judiciary. I am pleased to bring additional diversity to the bench. And Mayor Goodman, you've said this before, and it is absolutely true. This is the greatest city, and I am so proud to serve its citizens. Thank you. Thank you.
Judges first, and then we'll have one with the council after that. Chief Judge and Judge Leon. And now the council, Judge Leon. Better work.
Okay. Can we get the rostrum back up here?
Is this our Bible or their Bible?
I think it's their Bible. It's our Bible? Yeah. Okay. Is there the rostrum here? Oh, here we go. Good. Okay. Excuse me. It's okay. I know. She does. You're welcome to stay. Yeah. Yes, it's awesome. All right, well, that's a very, very pleasant part of our job here. The ceremonial portion of our agenda continues with the next item, the recognition of the February Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask Greg Gammon, Chief of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department, to join us up here at the podium. And I'm proud to announce that the February Employee of the Month is Jason Roller. Jason? Congratulations, Jason. Good seeing you. Jason is a communications specialist with the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue Department and has been with the city since 2000. He has recently provided some valuable tools to the fire alarm office to help his coworkers do their jobs more efficiently. He input a complete set of global positioning system location codes into the fire department system to help locate people who may need assistance. Because of this, the department now has a faster, more effective way to locate those who may need emergency services. Response times are cut because the department can get a more exact location of the incident and can dispatch assistance more efficiently. This reduced response time can make the difference between life and death in some instances. So on behalf of the entire City Council and myself, I'd like to congratulate you on being named the February Employee of the Month for the year 2008. And along with this plaque, he receives a $100 Visa gift card. I'll see you afterwards, okay? Compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union and a one-year membership to 24 Hour Fitness, courtesy of 24 Hour Fitness and the Mulaski Group. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, we're extremely proud of Jason and the work that he's done. We're honored to have one of our employees honored to be the February Employee of the Month. Most of you don't realize that our fire alarm office does approximately 600 calls per day. And on top of that, Jason has had the time to put together this program that we know at some point, now that we've instituted it, will save a life. And that's how important the work that he's done means to this valley. Congratulations, Jason.
I understand Jason's fiance is here. Why don't you join him up here? We're going to make you into a movie star. There you go.
I'd like to thank my coworker, Patty Sepich, for nominating me for this award. I'd like to thank everybody I work with. I love where I work. It's a great city, and I'd like to thank the Mulaski Group and 24 Hour Fitness and Nevada Federal Credit Union for sponsoring this award. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sure. Here we go. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have no idea. For our next two items, Councilwoman Tarkanian will recognize a local family and organization for their contributions to safety around schools and the City Department for earning a very special award. Councilwoman?
In the 2005-2006 school year, as many as 31 accidents, 3 resulting in fatalities, were reported near Clark County schools. Several factors contributed to these accidents, including poor driver habits, overcrowded schools, road construction, limited crosswalk visibility, and poor pedestrian habits. Kids About, a safety coalition, came together throughout the valley to change the culture of poor driver and pedestrian behavior in school zones and school walking routes. In fact, they have made such a change that we had no fatalities since they came into existence, and we have had much fewer accidents. They have concentrated on educating drivers, particularly parents, to improve driving habits around the schools, by educating children to instill safe walking, biking habits, by creating a mutual respect between pedestrians and drivers. During the last 2 school years, Kids About developed or supported several initiatives to improve the safety of our children to and from school. Among these were the Crosswalk Safety Message Stencil Project, now going on throughout the city of Las Vegas. And as I walked to the podium, Councilman Brown was telling me that he sees it everywhere and how pleased he is. And he was one of the first ones to pick up on doing this within his ward. Also, the School Zone Safety Toolkit for principals and teachers was distributed to all schools in the Clark County School District in December of 2007. And state legislature has been changed, including NRS 484.399, a 20-foot parking restriction at all crosswalks, which went into effect October 2007. And also NRS 391.275, which expanded school police jurisdiction. It went into effect October 2007. And I would like to ask representatives of this coalition, Karen Flanagan and Bill Niver, to please come up here to the podium. And would the other members of the coalition who may be present here today also stand, so we can say thank you to you. In addition, you know, we always have people who are working behind the scenes. We don't know about them as much, and they're so very important to success of projects like this. So in addition to the people that we are recognizing here now, involved in this Safety Coalition project has been Betty Gerheim. For years in Las Vegas, she has been a benefactor and supporter of numerous community betterment projects. Now, she usually stands behind the scenes, but she's always there to help. And today, we're moving her before the scenes. So would she please come up here with her daughter, Sanine, and with her son, Kurt. Okay. She's a lovely lady, a lovely asset to our community. We're so fortunate to have her. And first, I'd like to present a proclamation of recognition to the Kids About, and it's to the Safety Coalition for your continued efforts to educate citizens in order to make the streets of our community safer for children. So I'll turn this over to our representatives. Would you like to say something?
On behalf of the Board of Lookout Kids About, I'm accepting this for all of us and all of our hard work, and we hope that all of you will help us get the word out about traffic zone safety. And when you're finished, we have a few things we'd like to do as well.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. We can go with that. Now, on behalf of the Las Vegas City Council, I wish to extend to you, Betty, our sincere appreciation to you, to the Gerheim family, for their many, many years of support and generous contributions to further the public education and traffic awareness here within our city and our county. Your thoughtful support has allowed tremendous successes for safety and education programs. You have spent the time and full support to invest in the future of children, and your impact on our community has been absolutely outstanding. So thank you very much. And for the city, I would like to give you this certificate of recognition for the Gerheim family for your community support to build awareness for children's safety today, Wednesday, February 20th, 2008.
You know, when I came here when I was 12 in 1935, never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would be important in this city in any way. But I appreciate it very, very much, and my family, my Mr. and Mrs. Gerheim were wonderful, wonderful people, and my husband was a wonderful people and contributed a lot to this community, and I'm so pleased to be honored.
That's great.
I'd like to give this to you.
Yes.
We may want to take some pictures. Since I know there are people in the audience with cameras to take these pictures.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Right. It's great having you here, sir. It's an honor having you here.
You met your husband, I go
Yeah, he was quite a guy.
Sure was.
Oh, you're going with me.
Right. You're fine. You're in good shape. It's a real privilege to have you here. I mean that seriously. It's a privilege for us to have you here.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for taking me up.
Sure. Go ahead for it.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, council members, and ladies and gentlemen. As Communications Chair and on behalf of the Board of Lookout Kids About, a safety coalition, I am pleased to accept the certificate which represents your recognition of the hard work and the combined efforts of all of our coalition members. As you know, the coalition is a non-profit organization comprised of volunteer parents of all of the local municipalities, including the City of Las Vegas, City of North Las Vegas, City of Henderson, Clark County, the school district, and other safety-related organizations within the community who have united to focus attention on the seriousness of traffic issues in and around our school zones. It is our mission to save lives. Our goal is to have comprehensive planning for school safety zones and safe routes to school, beginning with the acquisition of appropriate school sites with adequate road infrastructure planning, through to solid traffic engineering practices, proper school zone signage, drop-off and pick-up lanes so that students are not jaywalking, proper use of the crosswalks by all pedestrians, and school zone traffic law driver education to all citizens who drop their students or drive through school zones each day. We are grateful that the Mayor and City Council have chosen to honor Lookout Kids About, and in turn, we wish to recognize those members of the City Council who have graciously given their time and efforts to assist the Coalition in its efforts. The success of our community events and programs and the impact on our community would not have been possible without the name recognition and the positive publicity that is provided when our Mayor and City Council members participate in events that show their support for our endeavors. So, with that said, let's start at the top. Bill Mayer is going to assist me with this. Okay. Mr. Mayor, for your willingness to help Lookout Kids About publicize the traffic safety awareness, and in particular, AB 57, the bill sponsored by Assemblyman Mark Menendez, which became a law, as Councilwoman Tarkanian already mentioned, on October 1st, which prohibits the driver of a motor vehicle from stopping, standing, or parking a vehicle on or within 20 feet of a crosswalk, regardless of the location of the crosswalk. We wish to thank you. For those of you who may not know, Mayor Goodman served as an honorary crossing guard. He wore the safety vest, he held the stop sign paddle, and he spoke with the children of Katz Elementary School about the importance of crossing in the crosswalk. Needless to say, a good time was had by all, and the students will always remember the day that the mayor took the time to ensure their safety.
It was the hardest job I ever had in my life. It was the hardest job I ever had. Thank you so much.
And the certificate basically is honoring the mayor for his continued support and commitment to improve traffic safety measures awareness near the Clark County schools.
Thank you very much.
Now, I heard you did such a good job with those kids the other day.
Yes.
Okay. So if this part-time gig doesn't work out for you,
Right.
I think we have an opening for you.
How's that?
Yes, we need volunteer crosswalk. Councilman Larry Brown of Ward 4 and his liaison Darcy Hayes have been a great supporter of the coalition as well. Councilman Brown made it possible for the coalition to produce its principal safety toolkit, also mentioned earlier by Councilwoman Tarkanian. Through his generosity, we have now distributed this toolkit to every school principal in Clark County through the offices of each of the region superintendents. This toolkit provides each principal with the guidelines to establish a safety committee for his or her school if one does not already exist, and it provides the tools necessary to develop drop-off and pick-up lanes and explains the proper signage that should be around each of the school zones. The coalition is most grateful and very pleased to present Councilman Brown with his certificate.
Councilman Brown, I know every time I call up the phone, Darcy goes, "What the heck?" But anyway, you're a real stand-up guy for helping us get this thing on the road. All right, thank you very much.
Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian has been a supporter of the coalition since its formation. She was the first council member to request our stenciling project that she mentioned earlier to be planted at the schools in her ward. The stenciling project is a very simple concept with a lifelong lesson. The stencil is placed curbside, right where the students step off the curb and enter the crosswalks at their school. And it simply says, look left, look right, look left again. Those of you who may be around my age probably remember hearing that phrase throughout your elementary school years. But how many of our children have been raised with those words? Yet the actions that come with those words have saved many lives. Councilwoman Tarkanian has also made it a point to be sure that Lookout Kids About was included in each of her Ward 1 events, which provides the coalition with a great opportunity to continue to get our message out to the public. We are pleased to present Councilwoman Tarkanian with this certificate, and we look forward to participating in more Ward 1 events and back-to-school fairs. Thank you very much. Councilman Ricky Barlow of Ward 5 stepped up to make a difference in his ward. In fact, he did it on Make a Difference Day. Councilman Barlow was able to secure the help of NGM Mirage employees who volunteered their time and efforts to stencil the schools in his ward with that same look left, look right, look left again message. It is the sincere wish of the coalition that every elementary school and play school or daycare in Clark County will receive the stenciling and make it a point to teach the lesson of crosswalk safety. Councilman Barlow, please accept this certificate as a token of appreciation from Lookout Kids About to the city's newest council member, and we look forward to more great collaborations within Ward 5 this year. Thank you so much. Mr. Charlie Kukowski, Director of Public Works for the City of Las Vegas, is another individual who deserves this recognition. Mr. Kukowski has sent his team of engineers out to several schools to reevaluate and, where necessary, to alter the flow of traffic in and around schools to ensure greater safety to the students and their family members who walk to school to and from school each day. Some streets have now been designated as one-way streets, some have received cones that prevent double parking, and some have received new signage. And while refreshing the new school zones, some have received the stenciling project. This is a monumental task, and Mr. Kukowski has fully supported the efforts of the coalition by dedicating some of his department employees to serve on our coalition board. In particular, O.C. White and Ebony Folk have been rock-solid board members, and their combined expertise is highly valued by our board. Mr. Kukowski, it is with great pleasure that Lookout Kids About present you with this certificate, which reads, the certificate of appreciation is hereby granted to Charlie Kukowski for your continued support and commitment to improve traffic safety awareness near Clark County schools. Thank you very, very much. The Board of Lookout Kids About would also like to thank the Gerheim family for their generosity as we echo the sentiments expressed earlier by Councilwoman Tarkanian. It is only through civic-minded community leaders and partners such as your family that we can sustain our work to educate and possibly save the lives of our youngest citizens, who we hope will grow into maturity and become great community leaders able to follow the example that you have set. Lookout Kids About sincerely thanks the Gerheim family. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Mr. Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen, Lookout Kids About thanks you for your time this morning, and we wish to extend an invitation to any community member who is interested in school zone traffic safety to contact us via our website, lookoutkids.about.org. Thank you very much, and we would love to see all of you and all of your liaisons at our next meeting. Thank you very much.
Very nice. Good job. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's great. Oh, we can do pictures. They took a lot of pictures, but we can take more. That's fine. That's all right. Thank you so much. For our next item, we'll be joined by members of the Nevada Association of Latin Americans to make a presentation to the city. I'd like to ask Executive Director Terry De La Torre and Chairman Edgar Patina to join us. Terry? Edgar? Nice seeing you here.
Mayor, Council, thank you very much for having us today. For the audience, my name is Edgar Patino, Chairman of the Board for NALA, and with me today is Terry De La Torre, Executive Director for NALA. And for your benefit, just a couple words on NALA. We're a nonprofit organization just down the street, not even a mile from here. We provide social services to the community, and we've been here since 1969. It's a great and beautiful place, and we're very excited to represent the organization. The reason we're here today is to honor our great mayor of the city. We're very pleased and happy and proud to have his support over the many years, and we're just very happy to have your support. I was driving here and I had a revelation that, well, you are the happiest mayor in the world, in the universe, and I realized that I think that NALA is really one of the happiest places in town because we've got a lot of great kids and a lot of great staff, great executive director, and with that in mind, we'd like to present you with this small token of our appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Happiest mayor of the universe.
Thank you so much. Now this really it touches me because NALA is a wonderful community partner. If you haven't been over there, ladies and gentlemen, you should stop by because it's so very, very special the way they take care of the youngsters in the community and allow their folks to go out and work and earn a living and have a wonderful lifestyle in our community here. And I'm going to accept this not only for myself, but on behalf of all the council members who are most supportive of NALA, and thank you very, very much.
And that said, I must mention most of the council has in fact visited, and we also want to thank Councilman Ricky Barlow for his continued support. And if I may, Terry just has a couple words, and I think the children have something for you, Mayor.
Very important time.
Mayor, I couldn't bring the 200 kids that are enrolled in our program, so we brought it for you today. Jaden, can you step forward?
Can you hula hoop with me?
He's presenting you with a hula hoop from NALA, and he would like for you to hula hoop with the other kids. Here we go. Step back. Ready? You guys ready?
It's more fitting right here, Mayor.
You bet.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
He's lost so much weight. He wants to try again.
That's great. Right here. Okay, fine. I said that already.
No,
This is it.
I know you did that one, but there's
Here.
But Mayor, you didn't, this is a...
Go for it. Go for it.
Absolutely, you got the Lulu, for God's sake. Today, we have a very special presentation that recognizes the hard work of city staff and an iconic community center in Ward 1. To help in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Les Henley, Peggy Pound, and Michael Holloway with American Public Works Association to join us at the podium. Thank you. I'd also like to ask Charlie Kakowski, Director of our Public Works Department, to join us, along with some members of the Office of Architectural Services, Patrick Peda, Bruce Breed, and Carson West. Okay. Okay. The Mirabelli Community Center has been a part of Ward 1 for more than 20 years. Although the neighborhood is constantly changing, the center has always adapted to the needs of the community. In 2007, the center reopened after a renovation, and it is bigger and better than ever. It is 31,000 square feet and includes an indoor gymnasium, game room, gymnastics room, dance studio, multi-purpose room, a teaching kitchen, classroom space, office space, and a memorial garden. It also has one of the world's finest youth gymnastics program. Mirabelli has focused on gymnastics for years and is very active in providing special events with great enthusiasm, not only among the surrounding neighborhood, but from the entire city. I attended a couple of their events one year, and I turned to the person next to me, asked where she lives, and she said, Summerlin. I then turned to my left, asked where she lived, and she said, Henderson. And they were there with their children in the gymnastics program, as well as all of the children within the Mirabelli community. Mirabelli is rich in tradition and continues to be a family icon of both the past, the present, and future generations of Las Vegas residents. I'll now turn the microphone over to Mr. Henley to tell us more about this special award.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Les Henley, and I am the current president of the American Public Works Association's Nevada chapter. I'm joined this morning by Peggy Pound, who is one of our past presidents, and by Michael Holloway, who is our vice president. Each year, the Nevada chapter of the American Public Works Association recognizes outstanding public projects in the categories of transportation facilities, environmental works, and structures. In 2007, the Nevada chapter of the American Public Works Association selected the city's Mirabelli Community Center as the state's structural project of the year in the $5 to $10 million category. This determination was made following a head-to-head competition last fall against other agencies and other projects of similar type and size. We'd like to congratulate you on this award-winning project and your outstanding project team. And to recognize and commemorate this achievement, it's my pleasure to present an award plaque to the city, to you, Your Honor, your Public Works Director, whoever you choose. Charlie? Charlie's getting a lot of good stuff today. Please join me in recognizing this outstanding project and this outstanding project team that you have.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, fellas. How are you? Hi, how are you? How are you? Good. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, fellas. Who is that group back there?
They should all
Wait, why aren't you at school? Now, why don't you all stand up and we'll give you a round of applause. The Mirabelli Group. For our final item, Councilman Barlow will thank some local organizations for their supportive events in Ward 5. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Today we are here to recognize some outstanding Ward 5 community servants. These organizations and companies exemplify the true meaning of collaboration, partnership, and community service, as well as philanthropy. Whether it is interacting with our youth in the local high schools, providing toys for thousands of youth for the holidays, or participating in the City of Las Vegas annual Teen Town Hall, while sharing scholarship opportunities for our young men and women as they transition from high school to college. I am grateful and thankful to each and every one of you here today, as well as your staff members, for your continued support of Ward 5 programs and events. At this time, I would like to call to the podium representatives from Walmart, Ms. Trina Moody and Julie Lewis. Thank you for your continued support and all that you do for Ward 5 constituents, as well as our programs, that I would like for one of you to at least say something.
I just want to thank you for this unexpected honor. We love giving back to the community. That's what we do. And we appreciate the fact that we can give back to such a great city. And I myself, and I'm sure Julie would like to thank all of our coworkers at Walmart all around the city for helping and supporting us, and our management staff and our families for supporting us when we're at work.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being a community partner. Thank you. Thank you.
I also would just like to thank the community. Our store is coming up on our one-year anniversary, and it makes us happy to be able to serve your community, to save you money so you can live better lives.
Thank you. Thanks again. The next recognition will be for the KVEG Hot 97.5 team. Mr. Gary Cox, as well as all of your staff members that assisted us through the holidays, we want to thank you for your continued support and would like to recognize you for your outstanding job that you continue to contribute to the constituents of Ward 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please introduce your staff as well.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, council, mayor. This is our nighttime mamacita, Cecilia. Our director of promotions, Robert Rea, and his assistant, Adam Rice. And we wanted to say that Councilman Barlow is so easy to work with, and we appreciate the opportunity that he gives us to help him with his endeavors in Ward 5. Thank you for this honor.
And also, I would like to recognize who I don't see here, Miss Sharita. Thank you so much, Sharita, for all that you do to assist us as well in the ward. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. This is for you. Good to see you. Mamacita. Next, I would like to introduce the steel engineers. Mr. Bob Kurth, are you here? Is Bob here, or representatives from steel engineers? Would you all please come forward, please?
These steel engineers, Mayor and Council, they really stepped up in a big way, and they adopted 13 elementary schools for the holidays, Ward 5 elementary schools, and I'll tell you that the young people sent many, many letters to my office thanking you all as well as Hot 97.5 for your continued effort and support of Ward 5 projects, and I just would like to say thank you so much, and for that I would like to recognize you all, and would you like to say something? Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
We would like to thank you. We've been around since 1968, so it's our 40-year anniversary, and we were looking to do something to give back to the community. And luckily, we found Councilman Barlow, and we're able to provide really a lot of fun and joy to all these kids. And it was a lot of fun, and the DJs from Hot 97 was out, and Councilman was in a Santa hat, and it was a blast to see all these kids just so excited. And that made our year. So we would just want to thank you for letting us be a part, and we look forward to next year. We're already planning it out. Thank you.
So on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, we would like to present you with this recognition for your continued support. Thank you. Let's get a photo. Thank you again. The next recognition will be for the Links Incorporated Las Vegas chapter, and I would like for the Links to come forward. Mayor and Council, these ladies do so much work. You all please come forward. These ladies do so much work in the Las Vegas community, from scholarships to assisting those who are in need, as well as reaching out to our young people on a daily basis. And they have always been a continued part of our annual Teen Town Hall for the last 7 years, and we thank you so much for all that you all have done and continue to do for not only the constituents of Las Vegas, but the community as a whole. And so for that, we would like to recognize you for your outstanding achievement and recognize you for your continued support and effort towards the greater cause of this entire community. Thank you.
On behalf of the ladies of the Links Incorporated Las Vegas chapter, we'd like to thank the mayor, Councilman Barlow, and the other city council members for this special recognition. The Las Vegas chapter of the Links Incorporated have been around for 32 years, and we have provided a positive impact in the community through our numerous service programs. We've given over $100,000 in scholarships in the last 4 years. We sponsor a Kids Get Fit program, which fights childhood obesity. We do mentoring programs. We have an Academic Bowl program coming up on February 29th for the Ward 5 schools, where the kids participate in the Jeopardy Bowl type program, and we're very proud of that. So once again, we'd like to thank the City Council for this special recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll take a photo. We'll take a photo.
Everybody in?
Oh,
here we go. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much for continued support.
Is that it? Is that it? Okay, good.
Call item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item 15. Is agreement for the purchase and sale of real property between DI Hollywood LLC, 20.78 acres located in the vicinity of Vegas Valley Drive and Tree Line Drive. Staff's asked to strike. Item 28 is approval of the first modification to engineering design service agreement number 07-16736, Las Vegas Wash Trail, Lamb and Charleston Public Works has asked that one to be stricken. Item 37 is approval of an additional $13,000 Home Investment Partnership Program Fund at 1404 Francis Avenue. Staff's asked to strike. And item number 47, abatement of vacant or abandoned building, 236 North Bruce Street. Request by the property owner to obey until our March 19, 2008 meeting. Are there any other items we need to report at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of January 16, 2008. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 45 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, hearing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve the consent calendar with exceptions of 15, 28, and 37, 13 through 45 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I'm going to pull item number 57 forward. It involves a lot of folks who are here and probably will leave here and go back to school, I hope. And item 57 is discussion and possible action on the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, which we use the acronym YNAP for, Grant Review Board, recommendations to allocate $25,170 from our general fund for 26 youth-initiated projects, and this applies to all wards. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. YNAP offers grants of up to $1,000 to youth to implement projects to do neighborhood improvements. The program challenges youth to identify needs and issues in their community, and then with the assistance of YNAP grants, to actually develop a project. This year, the board is recommending 26 projects to be funded, representing all council wards for a total of $25,170 with a leveraged match from these youth of $216,155. Unfortunately, due to a scheduling school testing, the chair of the YNAP board, Nicole, could not make it today, but we have with us today Ashley Burke, who is a youth member, and Donna Toussaint, who is actually going to give a presentation of the board's recommendation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley and Donna.
Very good. Ladies?
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and Councilman. My name is Ashley Burks, and I'm a youth member of this year's YNAP Grant Review Board.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Donna Toussaint, and I'm the adult representative for YNAP for this year.
YNAP challenges youth to take stock of their community, identify a community need or issue, and then develop a project to address that need with the assistance of YNAP funding. It is one way we can encourage our youth to take ownership and pride in their neighborhoods and show them they can make a difference even at this early age.
This year, YNAP Grant Review Board has 26 projects. 13 projects provide community service, such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate, providing a buddy daycare foster kids program, and hosting a back-to-school fair. 6 projects provide community improvements, such as neighborhood cleanups, a mural project, and a community school garden. 7 projects provide community education, such as recycling projects, peer tutoring, and increasing youth awareness when it comes to health issues.
The cost to the city for these 26 projects is $25,170, leveraging a community match of almost $216,255 in volunteer time, in-kind donations of goods and services, and/or financial contributions. The following are the 26 applicants the Grant Review Board is recommended for funding. Adcock.
Excuse me, let me ask you this. Do you want the representatives of each organization to stand while you're describing
That
the
would be
project?
great.
Yeah,
Yes.
that would be
Would you
great.
do
That
that,
would be
please?
nice.
When we call your particular project, the first one's going to be Adcock ES Student Council. Would you please stand if you're here so you can be recognized?
CSN High School National Honor Society. CSN High School Student Council. Hyde Park Middle School Leadership. Cats Youth, Spread the Love. Marabelli SWAT Team. Marabelli Youth Group. Rancho Springs Youth Group. Jacobson Student Council. Bracken Youth Group. Council. CLV ICE, Improving Communities Everywhere. Fremont Family Riding Project. Park Elementary School. Rancho High School. Becker Middle School. Becker Community School. Becker Youth Council. Engineer Design Group. Fostering Kids at Work. Gerheim Heights. Agassiz Boys and Girls Club. Paul Kelly Youth Group. Venice Memorial Youth Council. West Prep Academy. Bilbray Elementary School. Escobedo Middle School. National Junior Honor Society.
We also want to thank the board members this year. This couldn't be done without the board members and without the city council appointing people to this fabulous project. The board is comprised of adults and youth. The adult members are Elena Milano, Mayor Designee, Donna Toussaint, Ward 2 Designee, Robin Mueller, Staff Designee, Ward 1, Loretta Arlington, Ward 3 Staff Designee, Darcy Hayes, Staff Designee, Ward 4. I'm going to really mess this name up. Ward 5. Thank you very much. I've been trying to do that, and you know, I just have not been very successful. And Michelle Thaxton for Ward 6. The following names are the youth, the senior high school students who are probably the most impressive young people I have met as of late. Ricky Pullman, Youth Designee, Advanced Technology Academy. Stand up, Ricky. I know he's there.
Yeah, Ricky.
Adler Chain, Clark High School. Ashley Burke, Cimarron High School. Mike Casabas, Clark High School. Corey Parrish, Shadow Ridge High School. Nicole Redford, our also co-chair from Las Vegas Academy. Miguel Gomez. And these are our future leaders tomorrow. These are fabulous young people, and thank you for allowing me to present their names.
Thank you very much.
I would like to tell the board, what the councilman and the mayor, what YNAP means to me. To me, YNAP is an opportunity for the youth of today to help their community and show the elders and senior citizens that we're not just, people who just listen to rap or just want to do anything with their lives. There's still a handful of us left that want to help the community. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Burke.
Thank you.
As an adult board member and as someone who's lived in this community for a very long time, this project is fabulous, and I really want to thank all of you because these are our future leaders of tomorrow, and these are the people who, when I'm way a lot older, are going to be sitting up there and looking at projects like this. So thank you very much. The thing that we hear about and read about in the newspaper is, the taggers and people that do things that are inappropriate. I would really like to see some focus put on these children and these projects because they do good things. This is good, it's positive, and thank you very much for helping the youth.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I would just like to echo those same sentiments, but also would like to wish someone who has worked with young people for such a long time, and she's celebrating a birthday this week, and that's Miss Casina Boone. So I wanted to say happy birthday and thank you so much for a job that
Thank you very much, Mr. Harson.
That's all I have to say.
All right, it's a wonderful program. Money cannot be spent better than the contribution that the city makes here, because it involves so many of these outstanding, wonderful youngsters who are, in fact, the leaders of today by example, and we appreciate everything that you're doing for our great city. Thank you very much. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. You will read about this in the newspapers tomorrow. With that said, I'll make a motion to accept, and again, I want to thank those who participate, whether it's Ms. Toussaint, the group, especially Steve Harson and his neighborhood services group. They do a tremendous job for the city, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that a motion? Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harson. Thank you, everybody. All right, we're at item number 48. Let me ask Mr. Weaver. 46. Mr. Weaver, did the gentleman come down? I'm advised that he was unable to be with us, so I'm going to keep your matter in the place that it was. Thank you. All right, item 46. Item 46 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance and assess civil penalties located at 2312 Sunrise Avenue. The property owner is Bank U.S. National Association, TRS, care of ASC 106. This is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response.
Good morning.
The purpose and background is the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&W Enterprises to secure Unit 1, clean trash and debris in the yard, cut weeds, and post no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs on site. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of January 2008 was $205,162. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses for the work completed by C&W Enterprises and that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, and authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the County Treasurer.
All right, thank you very much. Is anybody here on behalf of the property owner? It's a public hearing, folks. Does anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Reeves.
Yes, Your Honor. This property needs to be tore down also. My motion would be to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I believe 48, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, item 48 is hearing to consider the appeal regarding notice in order to abate dangerous building demolition property located at 418 Jackson Avenue. The property owner is Clay Johnson and Dedra S. Edmond. This is in Ward 5. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 9, Chapter 9, dealing with nuisances. A notice in order to abate dangerous building demolition was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in the Uniform Code of Abatement of Dangerous Buildings, 1994 edition, Section 202, and also under 302 of the same code. A copy of the notice was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the notice in order to abate dangerous building demolition filed by Deborah Edmond, property owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the notice in order to abate dangerous building for demolition.
All right, thank you. Ms. Edmond?
Yes. Good morning.
Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Deidre Edmond. My appeal was based on that I didn't think that the property had been inspected. The notice was dated December 11th, and an inspection wasn't done by the city until December 20th. The property, which is all brick and it's mixed-use structures, contain my grandparents' restaurant. Can I show this? Can this be?
All right, can we have the overhead, please?
Okay. My grandparents' restaurant, where in the 40s and 50s black entertainers dined, 5 studio apartments where black servicemen stayed, and their former home, which is the main structure in question. When I appeared before the council 2 years ago, the incident was fresh and I was very emotional. And I've been trying to rehab the buildings on my own. My neighbors at Uptown Choppers got me in contact with Miss Catherine Duncan, and over the last several weeks, her and the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce have given me some information and steps necessary to try to have the city as an ally versus an adversary. I've run across the draft of the 2020 City Plan of Las Vegas stating that the Planning and Development Department shall implement a Main Street program for Jackson Avenue, and I want my family and I to be a part of that. And upon renovation being completed, the restaurant has a committed tenant who will specialize in fried fish and chicken. I plan to turn the studio apartments into small offices for businesses or nonprofit organizations, and want to open a print shop. I know exactly what I want to do, but financing has been the issue. So with the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce assistance, I'm exploring several financing options. Just a single mom trying to, juggle job and kids and my boys' AAU basketball team that plays at Marybelly. But now that I have some direction with Miss Catherine Duncan, I have no doubt that the property should be operational very soon.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith or Ms. Edmond at this time? All right, folks, a public hearing. If anybody, would you like to be heard, Mr. Smith? Did you, Mr. Smith, did you want to say something?
When he's done, sir.
All right, fine. It's a public hearing.
My name is Anthony Harley, 123 Sir David. When the lady mentioned something about the property, it's pretty old, and sometimes some properties has family sentimental value, and some of them are actually landmarks. And sometimes people lose property sometimes because they fall on hardship. But if there's anything we can do sometimes to save something when someone's trying to save it, then we kind of have to make a little allowances in there. I know that you come to the point you send all the warnings, and go through all the legal processes sometimes, but sometimes things get lost in the mix. And this sounds like a project that these people are really trying to save. And I just hate to see people lose anything that could be saved. And nowadays with foreclosures on houses and so on, whatever, but anything that can be saved, make a special effort to give the people at least one more chance. Anyway, that's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
May I, Your Honor? My name is Catherine Duncan, and I'm with the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce. We're a newly formed Chamber of Commerce, and we've had several distressed businesses come to us for assistance, and we found that one of the reasons why Ms. Edmond had not been successful in the past is that she did not have access to the tremendous amount of resources that are available not only from the City of Las Vegas, but from private and nonprofit entities, and we've reached out to bring that information to her, and we believe that within the next 45 days, she'll have her complete financing and business plan together, and she'll be able to come to you to submit plans for our renovation.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to be heard on this matter? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mr. Smith, do we still have the overhead? Go back to the overhead. Is it still there? The picture of the building?
Yes, there it is.
No, the previous. The picture of the previous building.
The video?
I mean, of the state of condition, the video.
Yeah.
Go back to the video, please. Can you run the video?
Mr. Riggleman, are they making? There we go.
Okay, see if they can pause it right there. Can they pause it? Okay, great. What has code enforcement done as far as the history of this property?
Councilman, this has been an ongoing nuisance in the area for over 2 years now. We've made numerous attempts to work with the property owner to get this problem solved. We've given extension after extension to try to get plans submitted, to get with contractors, to even submit us with bids to,
Who were you working with at the time? do you have it in the documentation as to?
We've actually been working with Deidre, having a conversation with Deidre about, providing us with documentation that she's moving forward with some type of either rehab or demolition. And our problem with the property is we had our building inspectors go out and inspect the property to actually look at it and see whether it was worth rehabbing or not. And the condition of the property with the asbestos and everything that we believe is in the structure, just financially, we don't think that it's feasible to rehab these buildings, that probably the best thing to do would be to go to ground and start over. It just continues to be a problem with vagrants getting in there, with homeless people getting in there. And we've actually been out on site with your liaison and witnessed people in the building that we had to run out. So that's our concern. If we're going to do something with it, we'd like to see it move forward expediently.
How many extensions have we had on this building, and when did this process begin?
The actual date that we first went out to this was January of 2006, and let's see.
Walk me through the dates as far as what we've done to work with the applicant to the present day.
When we first noticed or were made aware of the vacant building was January 7th of 2006. The first contact we actually had after we posted the notice and order and everything was January 18th of 2006. On February 21 of 2006, it was open and accessible, people inside. On February 22nd, 2006, we actually contacted her again, let her know of the violations and what she needed to do with the property. Then we moved forward we did an abatement on the property to clean it up, to board it, to secure it back in March of 2006.
Meaning the City of Las Vegas?
City of Las Vegas contracted that out at a cost of $3,349.
That's not true.
Okay.
Please let, if you want to speak after the councilman's through.
We actually met with Deidre on site. She came to our office on March 9th of 2006. We posted a 10-day before abatement letter. We had another conversation with her on March 16th of 2006. Again, on March 22nd of 2006, we had garbage bags. At that point, it had been secured. We had again had a conversation with her on March 28th of 2006. We were supposed to have a mitigation plan back in April of 2006, which we never received. On April of 2006, again, the property was in violation. Again, that'd be April of 2006, again, the building was open and accessible. We had contact with her again in May of 2006. As of May 19, 2006, the property was clean and secure. In July, again, the building's open and accessible. We had contact with her. She had informed us that she'd have it secured again. In September of 2006, the property is open and accessible again. The 11th, it's still open. Then on the 20th, it's been secured. We had another conversation with her in November and let her know that she needed to move forward and do something with this property. As of December, nothing had been done. We notified her of the city's intention to demolish the property. And then 12/21/2007 is when she actually filed the appeal. As of 12/28, there was no permits or anything applied for. We again had conversation with her in January 9th of 2008. She said she was working with Chamber to have property rehabilitated. Advise her she'd give an ample time to rehabilitate. We agreed she'll hand carry a list of contractors to our office by 1/11 to show bids requested. As of that time, as of the 14th, as of today, we still have nothing from her stating her intentions to move forward other than the picture you're looking at.
Okay, that's great.
May I, Councilman?
Please.
I believe part of the problem was that this property was targeted in what we believe to be a hate crime in 2008. So Ms. Deidre Edmonds spent a lot of time dealing with that hate crime and dealing with the fire department and trying to actually figure out what could be done to assist her. So she was expecting somebody from somewhere to help her, but instead, with her conversation with code enforcement, it was only through what could she do as a private owner. So I believe a lot of her conversations with your office, Mr. Smith, have been she was expecting a different kind of treatment from the city because of what had happened to her. She felt that she had been a victim. But now that she's gotten past that and she knows that even if she's a victim, her insurance should have covered her for that property. And with the property in the condition that it's in, she's had a difficult time finding ample insurance to cover her. So now that she's gotten past that, and it was very difficult for her to give a scope of work to the contractors that you recommended because she didn't know which direction the property would go on. But now we feel that since she has two viable tenants that are ready and willing to move into the property, she knows which direction the property can go in now. She knows to what extent to renovate the properties because she does have tenants that are willing to move in. And we believe that with time, we have not had an asbestos survey done. We weren't aware that there was an asbestos issue in the property. And we also feel that a lot of the misunderstandings have come because there has been no written communication between the city and Ms. Edmond. A lot of it's been verbal. And as you know, that each department that you talk to may give her a different way to go. So we feel that if we can assist the communication between the city and Ms. Edmond, that will be successful if we do a lot more in writing instead of verbally. And I think that's been part of the problem too. But going into the future, if she is allowed time, we feel that she will be able to turn her property into an income-producing property for at least another couple of years and be a part of a greater redevelopment that we feel would be planned for Jackson Avenue.
Okay. Due to, and I appreciate you for sharing that, and I thank you all for being here today. This property that we're speaking of has been a problem for a very long time with individuals going in and doing various illegal type activities. And I've reported this building, I know, for at least the last 3 years when I was on staff and trying to get some movement at this particular site. It really has been a nuisance as well as a blight in this area. And I believe that the city of Las Vegas, as well as its staff, has gone far and beyond with extensions of this property. And so my motion would be to follow staff's recommendation, because something has to be done at this location in order for us to turn this community around and bring back some vibrant new development that won't be a blight to the community. I'm all for the efforts of your tenant, but I believe that there needs to be some new development at this location opposed to what we have today. So I'm going to follow my staff's recommendation, and that will be my motion at this time.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, ma'am. Item 49 is discussion and possible action on report from Pizzuti Solutions, LLC, concerning the location and delivery method for a new city hall. This pertains to all wards. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As our consultants step forward to join us, I thought I'd give you some introductory comments, some background on this report that you'll hear about from our Pizzuti Solutions consultants. This is a project that's been going on for probably 4 years. We've been talking about expanding City Hall. We've been talking about building a new City Hall. And in August, we commissioned a study by some experts to tell us some options for siting a new City Hall and some implementation options that we might have for delivering a project like that. And I think there's two key questions I'd like to just throw out there and try to address before they make their presentation. First question is, why a new City Hall? Why do we need a building? Well, it's a combination of a lot of things. There's some timing involved in here, as well as some issues with the current building. We really have an opportunity now to play a major part in the revitalization of downtown that's going on as we speak by building a new project in the downtown area. This new project could be a more efficient project for providing services to our residents. It would demonstrate confidence that the city has in the redevelopment activity, even in this economic slowdown that we're having, that we're continuing to commit city resources to new projects downtown. And it would allow us possibly to capitalize upon 18 contiguous acres that we've assembled across Las Vegas Boulevard from City Hall and the land underlying City Hall. We also have ongoing negotiations that may permit this project to be implemented in a new way and actually create a new concept that we've referred to as Civic Center Commons, a project that's not a traditional City Hall but more part of a mixed-use development. So this is a concept that we're working on. And the idea is to have a building that's active beyond our normal business hours. Public buildings are very expensive to build, and it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to build one that is only used for the hours that we operate as government. So there's a concept here that this building be integrated with another project and it itself have elements that would be active after normal hours on weekends, for example. The idea here would, as part of this integrated project, and you'll have another item on the agenda following this to discuss that, as part of the Live Work project, would make the City Hall project or the Civic Center project a element of a 5-block mixed-use development that includes other office buildings, includes a transit terminal, and includes retail and dining venues. Now, why would we move forward today, and why on what is viewed as by some as a fairly aggressive schedule? There are several reasons. One, as I mentioned, this project of a new City Hall is actually a critical element of a 5-block redevelopment project. And we believe that this $1 billion redevelopment project may not happen if City Hall is not part of that project. So we potentially affect adversely a $1 billion redevelopment project. That project in turn is tied to a development project on Union Park of a 1,000-room resort hotel. And in turn, the transit terminal project, which is part of this 5-block project, if it doesn't happen or is delayed, it affects the CIM Lady Luck revitalization project because the transit terminal land and the land surrounding it is required to allow them to implement the project that they've talked about. So there's a ripple effect, and City Hall is a key element of all of that. A second point is that construction costs are still increasing. So the sooner we implement a project, the less expensive it will be. Now is a time where we see maybe an opportunity for better prices to come in on a public building, but that may not last, and as time passes, we continue to see projects like this increase in capital cost. The land that we've assembled, the 18 acres of land that's partly vacant across the street and partly occupied by City Hall today, has a high economic value. Our redevelopment staff believe that this assemblage is rather unique downtown, 18 contiguous acres. It has adjacency to a major freeway. It's high profile. It has a Las Vegas Boulevard street address. And as a result, we think it combines to create an opportunity for a new redevelopment project that could create a new tax base and create new jobs in the downtown area. That value of that 18 acres can only be realized if we have another building to move into. Another consideration is that moving our city operations closer to the seat of county government and closer to the Regional Justice Center and the related facilities offers an improved opportunity for customer service. Many times we find people in City Hall that are looking for a marriage license, for example, and we have to redirect them to drive down the street to the Regional Justice Center. If we're in the location that is going to be proposed to you, we allow people to just have a quick, maybe 2-block walk to the next building and get their services provided there. Finally, the current City Hall was designed, planned and designed and built about 35 years ago at a time when the population of the city was only 125,000 people. As you know, We're at $600,000 today. It was built at a time when security, energy efficiency, technology, accessibility, and open government were not the main considerations. Those are key elements of what this council looks for in how we operate city government. And this building isn't very accommodating to those kinds of issues. To redesign this building, to rebuild it, would disrupt city operations, which we need to keep functioning continuously. And there's some serious questions about the cost and the ability to actually do anything substantial to this building to make it a modern building. And a good example is we've been deferring the installation of several $1 million worth of electrical switchgear that is very old, we can't get spare parts for, but should we stay here, we're going to have to make that kind of investment as well as other things that we all encounter, like leaking in the basement when it rains and panels falling from the top of City Hall that happened during the last windstorm. So the item before you today is really twofold. It's a report on what our consultants have concluded as far as a site for a new City Hall, as well as an implementation plan. If you accept that report, then what you're doing is basically acknowledging that that's a good approach to implement a City Hall project. The second thing we'd ask you to consider, and we would recommend as staff, is that we take another step in preparation of bridging documents that allows us to better define what this new City Hall would need to be in terms of furnishings, in terms of finishes, and in terms of technology and things like that we'd like in a new building. None of your actions today would commit the city to build a new City Hall. That's not the purpose. That decision would be made at a later date and is tied closely, as I mentioned, to another redevelopment project in the downtown area. So I just wanted to give you that background as an introduction to the report that you'll hear from our consultants. So this time I'd like to introduce Jim Russell and Mike Bird. They're with Pizzuti Solutions, and they'll give you a short presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Selby. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Selby. Jim Russell, Executive Vice President of Pizzuti Solutions. And we understand PowerPoint's not working, so we're going to be able to talk through the process of the report and give you a lot of the information that we structured this study for you. Keep in mind, this is called being able to improvise on our feet. Part of the study that we originally commissioned really was to look at a number of things for you. One was to confirm the program of requirements, which you needed in a city hall, not only today, not only tomorrow, but far into the future. We looked at a planning horizon out to the year 2025. We also took a program study that was done by the Office of Architectural Services, who had programmed your potential staff growth looking through the year 2020. Part of the process that we looked at is, again, to make sure that we are all on the same page in terms of your long-term growth strategies. At the same time, we also looked at the staff projections of Metro. We understand the current commitment to Metro in this space, and we looked at projections that they provided through the year 2011 and then projected those out again out to the year 2025. Another aspect of the study was to look at specific sites to see how that program could be accommodated on those sites and really to look at the potential value of those sites for a higher and better use, to make sure that the business of government was being conducted properly. The sites that we looked at was the existing City Hall site. Is it possible to build a new and reconfigure a new City Hall on this site without adversely affecting the operation of this facility? We looked at I'm not sure if it's the former arena site, current arena site, but the property that was assembled initially for the arena directly adjacent to the property, to see how that site would again react to the program. And then we also looked at what is known as the Queen of Hearts site to encourage the possibility and the connection of City Hall as a resource anchor or as a tool to help anchor that redevelopment effort. We also looked at a fourth site that we call a test site, really looking at a non-urban, a non-downtown site and how that would react to some of the business of government, just to make sure that we are looking at a grander scale of how City Hall, where it could be sited and how it would operate on that site. We also looked at cost and constructability to see what is the best delivery method for you to construct a new City Hall, taking in consideration time, money, schedule. So that was an element of this study, as well as how a suggested or recommended site could be developed to make sure that we provided you or provided recommendations that would take you far into the future, that gave you expandability. And then we finally looked at really the impact of New City Hall, not only on the relocation of that effort and how it reacts to your constituents and government and the delivery of and encouragement of other economic development activities, but then what potential uses do you have on this site and your adjacent property to really activate and create another redevelopment tool for the city. I'll start a little bit with the program, and part of our efforts with the program, again, was starting with the baseline program that Architectural Services had created, and then we reached far and worked very closely with your staff, your department heads, on face-to-face meetings and interviews. We did an electronic survey of your entire staff and got over 73% participation rate, helping to understand how your employees deliver government services. So that was an element of the process as well. And then looking at best practices on how you move forward from the delivery system of government. And what we determined, quite frankly, is that through the year 2025, your base program needs, your needs to administer government, will require a facility of gross square footage of approximately 390,000 square feet to accommodate all of the growth that's projected in your offices through the year 2025. Well, we have the PowerPoint. I'll advance this a little bit to catch up where we're at. Oh, okay. Advance one more slide. Okay, thank you. Part of, again, looking at the staffing requirements, we projected that your employment base by the year 2025 will be close to 800 employees. At the same time, Metro's projected growth takes them to nearly the same size, almost 700 employees by the year 2025. If you could advance the slide. What this shows basically is if you would take those needs and those requirements and stack them in a building, that your initial program needs of almost 389,000 square feet would have to be increased to a facility of approximately 490,000 square feet to accommodate the 70,000 square foot that Metro currently has in this facility. Likewise, if you looked out through the year 2025 with the growth projections that Metro is looking at, their needs would require a facility co-located of nearly 600 or a little over 600,000 square feet. Part of that determination in our recommendations is that you move forward in a city hall that accommodates your needs, your specific requirements, and to find opportunities and work with Metro on other opportunities to relocate them out of the building. From a budget standpoint, and the differences in the facility that they need versus what you need would really throw the cost way out of whack in terms of what you can afford to do and what makes sense for both entities. If you could advance the slide. Mike's going to talk a little bit more about the construction delivery process and what we looked at and what we identified on your behalf.
Mike Bird, Vice President with Pizzuti Solutions. If there's any place that understands construction, it's Las Vegas. And the delivery process that's going on in this city is pretty varied. We were charged with looking at several different delivery processes: design, bid, build, the traditional process; design, build; construction management at risk, which is something the state of Nevada has just approved; design, build, leaseback; design, build, and design, build, bridging leaseback; and design, build, bridging. As a result, please advance. What we decided to do is show you that depending on the location of the building, for example, had this site been chosen and recommended as the site for the new City Hall, we would have recommended that you go to a CM at risk, but this is not the site that's recommended. The site that's recommended lends itself to a design-build bridging delivery approach, and design-build bridging simply says, I want to design or at least identify to give to a design builder all the elements of the work or the building that I can identify. I know that I have a certain finish, a certain level of finish, a certain quality that I want to try to adhere to, a lobby I want to look a certain way. I don't know, and I would give them a base size and some things like that to work on. But those would be the guidelines that we would give to the design builder. We design, build, leaseback. The city has a unique opportunity to work with the Live Work program and have a developer deliver the project, and the city would have the opportunity to lease that back. It actually affords the city a pretty good opportunity, because one of the challenges the city has, and to put this in perspective, this project is smaller than the steel project, the steel bid package for the City Center project down the street. The bid package for the steel down there was $245 million. This is, in this city, is a relatively small project. So to get interest, bidder interest, it would be probably best to try to incorporate this with the master developer, so that you get the economies of his purchase power and all the things that he can deliver, so it's a lease-back option. Next slide, please. And that's what we're showing here, is a design, build, bridging, leaseback. It's the best of all the worlds. You identify early what you want, what you can identify, what you can see, the systems, and so on. You then go forward with a developer that would put together a design-build team that you oversee. You make sure all that's incorporated. Bridging is also a concept that your team is aware of. Charlie and his team are aware of the process. They know this process, so they're familiar with it. And it's something that we feel is a very good way to deliver this project. Next slide, please.
Moving to site analysis, again, as I talked about earlier, we looked at 4 major sites, 3 that are shown here to put it in perspective of where City Hall might locate. Next slide, please. This is not intended to be an eye chart. What this is, and it is in the report, part of our evaluation is not just to drive by a site and say this makes the most sense for you. What we put together on your behalf is a site evaluation matrix of 45 different criteria that we looked at, and that looked at everything from infrastructure that's available, adjacent uses to the site, availability of parking, zoning, current zoning, issues of site development, constructability. So it was a very intense evaluation of all the sites to make sure that what was going to be recommended to you fit and was the most economical for you to pursue. Next slide. Again, the site that we're recommending is to incorporate the new development of City Hall, and Dr. Selby had pointed out in the report, we're recommending that you expand that. It's not just a City Hall. The idea behind this is part of a greater civic complex that will allow the integration of other private activity and private investment. And so that's part of our recommendations, is to incorporate a new facility into a greater complex that encourages and helps serve as a catalyst to other economic development and private investment. And so our recommendation is to move forward with the development agreement and negotiating on moving this site forward to the Queen of Hearts. Next slide, please.
As one of the tests to make sure that a site's a viable site, we do massing. And what that basically means is we test fit suggested ways that a building might fit on a site, so that we can incorporate what we all need on that site. And this drawing here shows a massing, or an orientation, if you will, of a building on a site. It is not a design, it is just massing. Next slide, please. And you'll see here, it's a box structure. It shows some height to it, some number of floors. This would have some restricted parking under the building. No public parking under the building. The public parking would be adjacent to or nearby. Next slide, please. Budget and schedule. As U.B. Blake said, you got to get to getting while the getting's good. We have to get into the budget. The project right now is projected to fall around $220 to $250 million, as it's shown in this budget. This is a prevailing wage project. That is a total all-in number, soft cost, hard cost, FF&E, security. On these types of projects, the incorporation of all hazard studies, COG, all those things are involved in these types of projects. And next slide, please. And it shows here in the schedule that if the council were to act, it is a very high probability to meet the target date in 2011 June. The time period, the construction period, with this particular schedule and budget, your escalation on this project is hitting around $1 million a month. Again, there's a reason why they work 24/7 down the street. It's because projects like those the escalation is killing those projects. So they have to get them up and get them up fast. And you're in the same boat. You have to get the building up, get it fast. It has become, we're working throughout the United States, and it's unfortunate with the housing market as it is, but the benefit to the construction economy is that those contractors are looking for work elsewhere, and it's slowly becoming a buyer's market, so as opposed to a seller's market not even a year ago.
One of the things to point out, too, from a schedule, the target date of 2011, that's really established because if your City Hall in this Civic Center Commons area is going to be developed and encourage and take advantage of the private development that is proposed, your project becomes a significant anchor to that. And so the timing of that project and your opportunity as part of your negotiations of a development agreement to connect their private investment to your investment is happening now. And so you have two factors that kind of challenge you. As Mike pointed out, you have escalation of about $900,000, almost $1 million a month, so your decisions to slow cost you money, and at the same time, your decisions that may delay the investment on the private sector side is costing that project. So this 2011 deadline is part of incorporating into that project. Certainly, your decisions to move forward, any decision that you make, that schedule could shift, but we wanted to make sure that that 2011 date and that time frame is really set by encouraging your ability to participate in that project and really get the full value of that $1 billion worth of private investment.
It is truly a public-private partnership in the truest sense that we've seen, and we do a number of these projects throughout the United States, and this is truly an opportunity for this council and for the city to participate in that kind of an event. Next slide, please.
Talk a little bit about moving forward, because there's a lot of elements of this project that is really important for everybody to understand. I had talked earlier about the program and your needs through the year 2025 of a facility of approximately 389,000 square feet. Just to make sure, because what we talk about in the report that this facility that you're in today, is there enough space for you to be in this facility? Well, physical space, yes, but there is a difference between having physical space and being able to provide efficient services and to be able to move forward with that. And if you understand the fact that your needs will be 389,000 square feet by the year 2025, the useful life of this facility is really about 6 years before you outgrow this facility regardless. So the decision that you're going to be making, you will be making at some point. It could be in the near future, it could be in a couple years, but regardless, you're going to be facing some pressures of space. The other thing to point out is that why there are space available, it is very inefficient space. I mean, right now, I would imagine your operational costs are considerable here because you are dealing with systems that were designed for 35 years ago, when PCs were not even contemplated, when issues of accessibility to the handicapped and challenged constituents was not part of the equation. When looking at sustainability and the ability to have a building that functions in the most efficient manner, we're not even part of the realm. So a lot of those factors determine what's going on in this space. And keep in mind one thing as well. To remodel and renovate the space into something usable is probably going to cost you at least twice the cost per square foot of building a new facility. And so that will put a little bit in perspective that the decisions that you're making, they are real decisions. It is not just moving forward for the sake of moving forward. What we're showing on this slide is really how we think the city of Las Vegas should move forward. This is looking at 3 city halls that have been developed that have taken advantage and created space that activate the area. And Dr. Selby had pointed that out. Part of our philosophy as a company and several public officials, both elected and appointed across the state, are starting to realize that if you think about it, your greatest investment, the biggest dollar amount that you spend are building your facilities with tax dollars. Yet they're facilities that the general public, for the most part, aren't real happy about going to. They don't want to go to a public hearing. They don't necessarily want to pull a permit or have to pay for the things or spend the time that they do. And so inherently, you're creating and spending a lot of tax dollars for something that gets used very, very infrequently from the general public. So part of the next generation, the next strategy that communities are looking at, and how can we build public facilities that activate spaces, that have residents and constituents and visitors and business people want to stay in the area, want to participate in what's going on in the area to help generate other revenue and to really reactivate spaces. These three examples are city halls that are doing that. Some have incorporated restaurants, commercial space. They're adjacent to hotels, convention space, to create a sense of place for your constituents to go to. In this community, very specifically, you have a very dynamic, high-growth area that counts on a lot of visitors coming in. But this is an opportunity for you to do something for your residents, to really incorporate your residents in a project. Next slide, please. It's also important to point out that you're not the only one facing this today. There's several cities across the United States in the same economic position, facing a downturn, really unsure of what's going on, but having space needs and looking at the ability of activating areas. You have projects in San Diego, California, where they're actually looking to partner with the private sector on the development of new administrative offices that will be built by the private sector with private investment, again, trying to reactivate an area of the town. The city of Goodyear, Arizona has a major project, their City Center project, which incorporates the private development of a city hall, of a multi-generational facility, of a library, and a performing arts center that is done in concert and in partnership with the private sector, and in that case also them being a lease purchase tenant of that facility. So a lot of communities across the country are looking at that, and they're looking at the challenges of how do you meet your financial concerns of today and still move forward. What we're going to talk a little bit, and we've added this as an addendum to the report, because of the change in the marketplace that we feel since the completion of the report several weeks ago. And that is, are there ways to take advantage of this site, take advantage of the opportunities for redevelopment, and still financially be a little bit more conservative in your approach? And what we've looked at is a potential phasing of the Queen of Hearts site that would give you about 10 years of growth opportunities that would start with an initial building of approximately 251,000 square feet, which would meet your needs today through another 10 years, with approximately 837 spaces, 70 restricted, and then an adjacent development of a parking garage. That estimated first phase cost would be around $145 million all in, so considerably less, but still preserves your potential to grow in the future. What that expansion would do, if you can go to the next slide, is to provide an opportunity to your base program doesn't change. You still need about 389,000 square feet. But what will allow you to do is to take that initial building and then build an expandable or an additional tower that would be connected that would allow you to grow to that 389,000 program space. By phasing, it will also allow you the opportunity to really reevaluate that future growth in that second tower, because quite frankly, the way you deliver government services then may change because of changes in technology, changes in your approach of how you want to provide services, or the growth. You may go through another rapid expansion of growth, and so that second tower, that second facility could expand and be a little bit taller, but it provides you some flexibility for the future. Next slide, please. What we're showing here is an alternative phasing plan that does a lot of things for you, and we're pretty excited how this site continues to meet the challenges that you have, and it's part of why it was recommended. The first building that you're seeing would be your initial first phase. It's approximately a 7-story city hall with 70 restricted parking that lends itself to the connectivity to the adjacent private development. The building that's capped by the red, that is a parking structure that, again, keeping in the theme of how do you activate this area, how do you also potentially create revenue sources for the city to use to help fund some of these developments. This is a parking garage that is lined with first-floor retail along First Street, which continues the first-floor retail that is being proposed in the private development. It actually extends it to get even closer to the Golden Nugget into Fremont Street. So really, again, activating that space. But this will meet your immediate needs for the next 10 years. Immediately adjacent to the site along First Street is the opportunity for you to expand that second tower, which could go as large as you need it, but we believe that's going to be somewhere around 6 stories. This is about 8 when you include the restricted parking garage around 4, and so you'd have a separate connected tower, so you don't get into the inefficiencies of the building that could take you up as large as you need to go. So I guess in closing of the report, what we are presenting to you is a plan to go forward, a business plan for you to make some decisions to go forward that allows you flexibility, allows you the opportunity to participate in economic development and redevelopment that are real, that can be negotiated and included today to help to move some of these projects forward. And then again, gives you flexibility in the future to be able to not put future councils in this position, that you have a site that can continue to be expanded. And with that, I'll take a breath and then...
I would just like to add one thing. is that, we work throughout the United States, and I want to compliment the staff, Orlando, Dr. Selby, and the rest of the staff for working with us. You've got an excellent staff here, and they've done a great job in helping us get through this.
Very
Thank you.
responsive.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate that. Are there any comments or questions by the council at this time?
Councilman Brown?
Councilor Wilson?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Maybe it's a little telling that we couldn't get our PowerPoint to work as to the need for expanded services. I'm not a developer, and I'm not a contractor, so I have to rely on other people that advise me of which direction we should go in, and I just wanted to preface my comments with that. What percentage of the current City Hall is occupied by city employees? Is it about 80%?
We have approximately 276,000 gross square feet, 70,000 to Metro, so approximately 85.
Okay. And isn't there a realization or an expectation, if you will, that in the future Metro will not be part of our campus? In other words, they're looking to get their own facilities and their own campus. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And gentlemen, I assume that your work is with that in mind. That,
yes, sir.
Do we have any idea if Metro is moving forward in a real timeline with finding their own facility, and if so, when? Because if they're planning on moving out of our current campus, that releases about 15 to 20% of space that theoretically, if we wanted to stay here, I'm not saying that's a good idea, but it's my job to consider alternatives, that would free up about 15 or 20% of the space. So what's Metro's plans, do we know?
We met with the sheriff and the undersheriff on, I believe, on Tuesday or Monday of this week, and they're under the process of evaluating alternatives to collate all their operations, or majority of their operations in one location. They did not disclose the location, but they are working on it currently. The 15 to 20%, the 70,000 square feet, when they do leave the City Hall, and I believe I met with Pizzuti, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, that would give us growth for about 3 years at our current growth rate. And if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Yeah, you have the potential if Metro completely vacated this building, that you could meet longer-term needs here, in theory. Part of the problem is it is not efficient space. The cost of retrofitting their use and their space into government service space is going to be considerable. There'll still be an initial investment and an ongoing investment, but the efficiencies, what's going to happen in terms of how you operate and move forward, will be costly. And while that detailed analysis isn't done, you may have physical space to be able to remain here. How cost-effective that is and whether or not that actually costs you more money will have to be determined. But long-term, it's physical space. It is not office space. It is not really set up for the delivery of public service. One of the thoughts that I want to share with you that I wasn't able to, I forgot to put in the discussion is keep in mind the other activity that happens on this space, the potential redevelopment of this site and the adjacent site. And why that's important is there are very few communities anywhere in the United States that has the opportunity to have assembled nearly 18 acres of ground along the interstate in such a location with a high-profile address. Why that's important, if you think about it, that 18 acres today is not on your tax rolls. And so the idea by moving and consolidating a need, what takes over this site and your adjacent site, and putting that on 2.5-acre sites, so you're taking 2.5 acres and taking it off the tax roll, but being able to replace that with nearly 18 acres at a very high profile, very valuable ground, is something that also needs to be considered.
And we did. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're thinking about time here. Dr. Selby certainly touched on that. Mm-hmm. If we waited 5 to 7 to 10 years, and I know that there's a downside to that and there's a negative aspect of that, but if we waited 5 to 7 to 10 years, would services be negatively affected? If I understand we've got a 2.5 to 3.5% employee increase over the next, or every year, but would services be negatively impacted if we stayed in this facility for the next 5 to 7 to 10 years?
The services that we currently provide, no, they would not be affected. In my opinion, at least.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only changes, quite frankly, that we're seeing in changes in facility design is you have a facility, again, that is almost barrack-like on one side, and so the inclusion of natural light and office efficiencies, right now, that statement is really hard to answer because we are seeing productivity increases in facilities that are now adding natural light, that are improving their efficiencies, that sometimes you're getting operational facilities improvements of 30 to 40%. So it is really tough where they may not go down. It doesn't mean that they're operating as efficient as you want them to. So that's the consideration.
What percentage of City of Las Vegas employees work at City Hall? I know we have campuses and we have other facilities where city employees work. I guess my question is your projected facility going to man the same number of City of Las Vegas employees? Or are we going to have a larger structure where we can bring some of our outlying City of Las Vegas situated employees into the new projected facility?
Part of our process when we bought the atrium off of Rancho was to incorporate, and that's why we were able to make a smaller city hall. Some of the operations that we have at this current city hall, like Public Works, the majority of them would be relocating to the atrium, freeing up space there as well. So that said, we have approximately, I believe in the slide, 575 current employees in the current city hall and a total employee base of over 3,000. We do not anticipate consolidating any more operations in the current city hall.
How many employees in Charlie's department, or what other departments are going to go over to the Rancho location? 50, 100, 25?
I would say approximately 50 to approximately 50, I believe.
Okay, and when is that going to? How far off is that?
That will be occurring. I believe our leases that we have are existing right now expire in 2010, so we'll start probably moving in 2010.
And then is your company one of the possible developers of this project?
No.
You're not seeking to develop this project?
No.
Well, I just want to get that on the table because that sometimes tells me something.
Not at all.
You guys were hired to do a business plan, if you will, and present to this council what you think is the most viable alternative for the City of Las Vegas, what meets the City of Las Vegas employees' needs as well as services provided to our constituents. But you've got no dog in this race as far as developing it.
No, sir.
Okay. Dr. Selby, if you don't mind, first of all, if we're talking about a total project of 220 to 250 million, maybe the first phase, 150, I don't remember what that figure is.
Approximately 145.
145. How do we propose to pay for this?
I can ask Mr. Vincent to come forward and address that.
Does he have his checkbook? Is that?
No, we've been working very closely with him on this project, and part of the idea of phasing, as has been represented here, came out of a working session with Mr. Vincent and Office of Business Development.
Thank you.
For the record, Mark Vincent, Director of Finance and Business Services. A couple unique things with this particular site, as it was described as a potential lease-build bridge. This would be a lease arrangement that would have be a long-term lease, but it would have a non-appropriation clause in it. We can take that lease and we can finance the construction of this facility through certificates of participation. There's a market for those. We can sell those. We would essentially have, in essence, a mortgage holder. The note holders would be our mortgage holder, and we would make the debt payment would be designed to structure around our lease payment to the developer. And so, essentially, we'd be paying our lease payment to the note holders. And that's how we would finance this. This would not be considered general obligation debt technically. It would be a debt of the city. It would be reflected in our financial statements, but it would not be considered general obligation debt. At $145 million or $150 million, we're probably talking north of $10 million a year in an annual lease payment. That would come on board about the time that we would be occupying the building at the start of fiscal year 2012.
Do other cities do like arrangements for their projects?
There's been several COP projects up in northern Nevada. In this particular scenario, we currently don't own the land, and that's part of this development agreement that we're talking about. We will pay a little bit of a premium, maybe a half a tick higher than our AA rating would suggest.
But for that, we get great flexibility, and we get speed of construction and get that integrated with the rest of the Four Cities project. So we've consulted with bond counsel, we've consulted with some financial advisors, and that would seem to us to be the best path. And it's, as I said, it's been done in the state of Nevada several times. It's a deal that has some similarities to the Water District Mulaski project, but in actuality quite different. It's a whole different scenario in that we would actually finance the construction with the certificates of participation notes, built on the foundation of a long-term lease.
Mayor, thank you. My last question really kind of brings back the first comment I made, which is that I'm not a developer, I'm not a contractor, so what I have to do, I'm the one that pushes this button, and it's me that's going to be looked at like my fellow colleagues up here as the years go by as to whether or not we did the right thing. I'm looking to you, Dr. Selby. I'm looking to you, Mr. Vincent. I'm looking to Scott Adams. I don't think Scott's here today, but I'm looking to you for your input and your guidance. So I know today we're not voting on anything concrete. We're basically voting to accept the presentation and then to give the go to move forward in our next step. So my question is it your recommendation that we move forward in this direction, Dr. Selby?
Councilman, yes, it is. I think, as was mentioned in the presentation, we're going to have to make a decision sooner or later, and that either involves staying here with some major investment in this building or moving to a new building in another location. And I think based on the study and the assessment, the best approach and the largest benefit to the city from the availability of this land as well as customer service is by building a new building that's designed to today's standards, that's designed around our customers.
Thank you. I've often said that I wish, and I'll probably get flack for this, but I've often said that I wish some of our civic leaders back in the early 80s could have foreseen the traffic problems we were going to have on some of our freeways in the 90s. And, if we could look into that crystal ball and project what's going to happen in the future, we'd all, be better off. But that's what I want to do is, as this council, is look into the future and say, what should we be doing today to provide the best services for our constituents in the future? And I think you've just answered that. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This property that we're sitting on today and the 12.5 acres, Mark, if we was to build a new city hall and we was to market this land and sell it, would there be any way we could incorporate that money into paying off? Would there be any part of the agreement that would allow us to take that money and put it into for paying for the city hall?
The answer to that is absolutely. I mean, when we vacate this property and when this existing property gets redeveloped, you will have control over what deal or what arrangements you agree to, what terms we agree to. The proceeds from that land certainly can be used to defease the COP notes. It could make,
Well, I'm not even suggesting we do that, but again, though, we would have the ability to do that.
You would have the ability to do that.
But we could also have the ability to invest that money where it would have the best return, though.
It gives you a lot of flexibility, knowing that. I said in briefings this week to one of you that I think the real decision comes when you start looking at the entire project and all the moving parts. As we move down, it does get a little complicated, but I think you got to look at the whole project. You got to look at the value of this land. You got to look at the value of the new development. You got to look at the value, Dr. Selby said it, the value of co-locating the government services in a little better, the efficiencies of the building. And again, 3 years from now, I don't have a crystal ball, but we clearly are in an economic slump right now. It may not be the best of times to be pulling back all of our projects, but when the time comes and we have to start making those lease payments, we're projecting that we will be either recovery or on the road recovery, and I think we can afford that at that time. And I can't tell you I can afford it today, but I believe we'll be able to afford it in 3 years.
And just, Your Honor, if I could, just to comment about the question that Councilman Wolfson asked about the space that Metro uses here today. I know Councilman Brown and I sit on Physical Affairs, and we've had many meetings where we're talking not so much about getting Metro out of City Hall, and I would never speak for the sheriff or any of his staff. The big thing right now to the sheriff is I think is trying to find space for prisoners. And I know that we have worked with 2 or 3 different proposals as far as housing the prisoners, and there has been ongoing talk for the last 4 or 5 years trying to find a physical plant where Metro could bring in some of their outlying facility members into one central unit. And so I don't know if we did build a new city hall, whether they'd be ready to move or not. But again, though, it is something we do have to consider if we do move out of here, even allow Metro to stay here, maybe extending an extended period of time. Heck, we might have to move out, because I don't know whether, if we gave them notice tomorrow, they could even find a location to have something built by 2011. And so I don't think that's even in the equation as far as, using their space right now. I do appreciate the report. I do feel like that in order to continue what we're doing in our downtown efforts through the mayor's leadership, I think it's imperative that we get the work-live faction in here and help them. I know that even the new casino, 1,000-bed casino right there by the Mulaski building behind Boulder Station is imperative to us as far as going along with the Furniture Mart, going along with even the new jewelry center that is being proposed down there. It's just, to me, it's just a tremendous boost to the redevelopment, and we just need to keep it going. And I want to thank Dr. Selby for the report he gave us for the needs that we have. I thought it covered most all of the needs and the options that we have to do, and I can certainly appreciate that, and I want to thank you again for your report.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Councilwoman?
Mr. Mayor, and this is an extremely complicated deal. And as I mentioned before in the meeting with Dr. Selby and others, it's far too complicated for me to be able to understand well enough, I feel, to cast a vote of approval today. It may all, you tell us that this is our economic development and redevelopment is real. And then Mark tells us we have all these moving parts. I have not been able to ascertain the real and the moving parts to an extent that I feel I can vote approval at this time. And it's not that I'm against the project. I'm not against it if it's needed. But, it's very difficult for me now. We don't need the space. And there's a lot of ifs. If this happens, if then that happens, or if this happens. And I believe we need to keep stimulating the economy. I just have not had enough time to be able to understand this well enough for such a complicated issue. And so, and at the same time, I represent a ward that I see, and I'm sure we all see, that there is such a need for direct assistance to citizens that I just don't know if this would come before that. And so I want to tell you, I thank you all, and I appreciate it. And my feeling in not being able to support it at this time is just that I need more time to understand it fully. I like on something like this to go outside to other experts too, do a little research there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the great presentation as well. As we evaluate the many alternatives, would it be less expensive to build another city hall versus repairing the current location we're in right now?
Yeah, it would be much more expensive to renovate this facility than it would be to build a new one. And let me just go on from there. Just from an operations standpoint, just to pay the electric bill, the new building, because of the advances in technology and sustainability, your utility bills will be less on a new, larger building than they are here.
Okay. And Mr. Russell, you've mentioned, and it also states in your report here, that the City of Las Vegas in its current state, in the matter of 6 years roughly, will have outgrown its current use. Would you explain to the council how, in fact, you've come to that analysis?
Yeah, part of that is, Councilman, is basically looking at your projected growth in staffing. And so your staff needs, from a physical standpoint, this facility itself will accommodate that for approximately 6 years. Again, as pointed out, if Metro moves out of the facility, you can extend that, but then there's an investment in that space to be able to utilize that for a longer period of time. But it's purely based on your projected growth of staff here. And one of the things that's very interesting that we're seeing, it's really, you manage your staff, and Dr. Selby and the directors do a good job. You're not growing out of proportion. You're not hiring a lot of people. You're not being frugal. You're being very frugal in your approach to delivery of services, and so that's to be commended. At the same time, with that conservative growth pattern, it's just the physical space you have till about another 6 years till you're feeling that crunch.
And to add on to that, the ability of staff to be productive. This building, a 70-ish building, and I'm a product of the early 70s, looked great back then. It probably looked like great architecture, but that's all it was. It wasn't very functional. The new designs of buildings that provide services to the citizens are much more functional and easier to get into and get out of to get the services that the citizens deserve. This building here, in its round shape back turn to the city, it's not very functional, and studies have shown that daylighting, the ability to move around easier inside the space increases the productivity. The employees are a lot happier, and illnesses go down, sick days go down, everything goes up. It's just, this building here is showing its age.
Well, just one clarification. You mentioned half round back turn to the city. Actually, it's actually facing the city with the explosive growth in Ward 6. So I just want to correct you there.
That's correct. But turn its back to somebody.
Not to the city.
Right.
We're moving forward. My next question is then, and maybe Mr. Vincent or Dr. Selby, you can answer this question. How do we justify the economic impact to the general fund and its impact to the future needs of the more older, mature wards that are currently struggling in the state that we're in today? How do we forecast that impact?
Go ahead. Councilman Mark Vincent again. I think when we get to the point where we actually have a deal to bring forward for your approval that describes what's happening on the four-city development, what that potentially does for this site, until we're ready to do that, there's work that needs to be done. I mean, I don't know if any of us have we have an intuitive answer, but we don't have the facts and figures today because those deals aren't inked. And I know that's probably not a satisfying answer, but intuitively, when we look at it from, I don't want to speak for my fellow directors, but from OBD, from the city manager's office, from my perspective, you can look at it and you can say that, gee, this takes $10 million or whatever it takes out of the general fund going towards a new facility. On the other hand, without it, what have you lost? What potential gains have you lost from the redevelopment of this site and perhaps the loss of the redevelopment of the 5 blocks that are over on the live-work site? So as I said before, you almost have to take a look at the picture as a whole, but unfortunately it's not firmed up enough that we can lay it in front of you, and that's why Dr. Selby said that this is not a step that says we're committed to build the City Hall. It just says it's a step that says we're going to continue to look at it in conjunction with what we're negotiating and working on with Live Work Las Vegas. And at some point we're going to have to make a decision, and at some point you're going to charge us with providing the facts that support it. And I don't know that we have those laid out in a fashion today that can answer all of your questions.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Vincent, and that's why I asked the question, because I wanted to plant that seed so that as we look in the crystal ball and look forward and define the economic forecast, that we don't forget about the wards that will be impacted by the fact that the general fund of how we actually build this new facility, should it happen, the causes and effects that it will bring forward as well. And in conclusion, I'll pass on my next comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess one option is to, Mark, don't go too far, please. One option is to stay here forever. We could stay here forever and the cost of the Band-Aids and the improvements and the inefficiencies, although they can't totally be quantified, certainly that's an option. But if you could just, in a little more detail and perhaps in a little more of layman's description, this design, build, bridge, lease back. Explain that a little bit.
Design, build, bridging, the Design Build Institute of America, it's become a process that the General Services has approved. They're doing it in NAVFAC. There's a whole host of government entities that are doing it, but also in private sector, we do it. One of our largest clients is Whirlpool. That's on our development side. They give us a set of documents that says that it actually has the design taken through the schematic design and has some of the initial designs of spaces that they know how to really solve for. They're done. The lobby, what the finishes are, what the how big it's going to be. Council chambers. We may have all the wood identified, all the chairs, the furniture, all the audiovisual. All that can be identified fairly far along. You take that document and you give this set of bridging documents, which ultimately end up, you have 100% schematic and you have a certain percentage of design development. Schematic design is where we've gone and taken and you start putting geometry to a space program. The schematic, now you have adjacencies actually on paper, drawings, and what this thing's going to look like, some concepts. And then the design development, we start freezing walls and really setting dimensions. So you take what you can and you take that through design development. What you don't have are things that you don't see. And quite frankly, you may not care because there are code requirements that says a structure has to withstand what they call FM90 requirements for wind load and things of that nature. So the structure has to meet code requirements. So you don't design that far. You let the design builder do that, but your bridging architect doesn't have to do that. You give the design builder a set of documents that says, I want to be able to maintain a certain temperature in every building, in every room of every building. So you define and you decide on what you can decide. And the nice thing about this is that if you were to give this to a design builder, just say, you take it, just do a design build without bridging, what happens sometimes, unfortunately, is now there's no privity between you and an architect who's looking out for your good. You're only dealing with the design builder who has the architect working directly for him. And what you think you're going to get, you may not get until you walk in, you go, well, this is not what I expected. I thought we agreed to. With the bridging documents, you have defined what you expected.
So we have that company, the design builder, and is this something that we put out on the streets in a traditional bid process?
Let me chime in. I'm a simple-minded finance guy. I appreciate Mike's explanation, but maybe to contrast it with things we've done in the past, the more traditional approach is you hire an architect to design something, and then you take that design and you put that design out in the street in a bid process, and you get constructors to bid on it. And as you know, we've had experiences in the past, some less complicated projects like a park, where we get now issues between the architect and the constructor. He blames the architect blames the constructor. When you do design build, which is a process that's allowed under statute for municipal governments, you partner them. So you keep them jointly live. They work together as a team. They can't point fingers at each other. So that's a simple explanation of design build. In our situation, we don't own the site, so we can't do the design build. The arrangement we're trying to do here is the complexity of the overall pictures. We're trying to do a land swap, if we can, for this parcel and another development. And so it works out with the bridging documents that we can define enough of what Mike just described in terms of what we need and how, to some extent, it may look and mass. Then we can have a place at the table to work with the design build team as an interested party or as a contractual party because of the development agreements, and we can have some control over that, but yet have the benefit of a design build project that is really the...
Who selects the builder? the actual developer.
Yeah, I'm going to break it down even more, because I'm even less...
I'm going to
he's an
rewind the
engineer,
tape and
he
say,
knows
I don't
money.
want that much detail.
I'm going to give you the quick answer. Here's the situation. Because this is a developer-controlled site, it is the best site to be incorporated in the development. The state of Nevada allows for municipalities to go into lease purchase agreements. So it allows you to work with that developer to construct a facility that you would lease purchase. The developer in this case, and rightly so, wants to protect what's going to happen in adjacent property. He doesn't want you to build a facility there that's going to impact his development. It has to be together. So he wants to have control and say, I'll work with you to build your building as long as it fits. So that's the delivery structure. As the municipality, you need to have a city hall that works for you, works for your citizens. So you need to control as much of it as you can before you just let him build a building that you lease. So the bridging element gives you the ability to make it the city hall you want, to function the way you want, to be available to your residents the way it wants, and then you still give them the flexibility within their design and architecture to build some of the elements that don't matter.
Very good. And thank you.
Yeah.
The developer, he builds this facility
Yes.
on his dime.
Well, it will be financed by, that's the beauty of the COP
Let me
structure.
rephrase it, Mark. What are the upfront costs in this scenario to the city today? Or in
Define
2000
upfront
the
costs.
next-
What do you mean?
The next 3 years, if we move forward and the facility's under construction, who's paying for that cost of building the facility?
We will be paying for some of the costs that we have to, like, we'll have to hire someone to do the bridging documents, so that'll be on our nickel. We may need to start looking at hiring, about that time, an owner's rep to help us look out for our best interests. Those are some of the things that we will have to hire on our nickel if we were to move forward, and I think that's one of the things we're asking today is...
The big ticket, the 150 to 250, that range is on...
That's downstream, but it's on the developer, and how we finance it is the creative part of that, but it's on the developer.
And then you mentioned that with our existing AA rating, there'd be a tick up because it's this scenario, but when you say a tick up, is that going to adversely impact our bond rating?
No, it would not have an impact on our bond rating if it was such that, right now the rates are relatively low. If it were such that by the time we close this, the rates were higher, we could always, again, flexibility, we can always take out the COP notes and refinance it as a general obligation debt under our AA rating, or whatever rating is at that time. So we have that option as well. We're thinking today, in today's market, we're thinking that probably won't be necessary. We'll probably let the COPs run, but who knows where it'll be in 3 years. It gives us an added flexibility.
So it's certainly not a $200 million plus impact on the city's budget today.
No.
Now, you mentioned 20 years. Is that a term that's negotiable? Can you extend that out?
20 years? I mentioned 20 years.
The payback, the bond, the debt repayment.
We're assuming at this point probably 30-year debt,
okay.
which is the max we can go for the state,
Okay.
and which is not the entire useful life of the building.
Over the next few weeks, are you going to be able to provide us with a little more detail on the funding scenarios out years? You mentioned that it may be 10 million or whatever. I don't want to hold you to that, but on a nice spreadsheet, it'd be important. I think it's a critical distinction here. If we move forward with a new facility, that we're not out of pocket $200 million. We're looking at a 30-year process that we're going certainly to pay our mortgage, but in the current scenario, the current economic times, this may be an option that 10 years ago, 20 years ago wasn't available to us.
Let me tell you, the other I didn't tell you the entire flexibility of the lease back with the COPS arrangement, only because it does have a sting to it. But the lease is an annual lease. It's subject to an appropriation clause. If council does not appropriate enough money to make the lease payment, theoretically, legally, we can walk away from the lease. Now, obviously, we have to find another place to go. When you do that, that does have an impact on your credit. The COP holders now have to find another tenant. They've become really and so to tell you that that's never happened, it has happened. It happened up in Washoe County within the last few years of a situation that went bad for them with that particular developer. So there is still even flexibility in that. Now, no one wants to walk away. We obviously we're not planning on doing that, but it does provide that flexibility. If things were horrible, the lease
does allow us to walk away.
Difference between City Hall and a .com company. I mean, there's a little more stability there.
Yes, thank you.
You're a better risk,
Yeah, gotcha.
quite frankly.
There's a specific market for COPS. Not everyone's going to be interested in investing in. So you're looking for a sophisticated investor who understands our market.
Sometime in the next few weeks, Dr. Selby or Mark, if you could, I'd like to compare this decision with what the county went through when they did their new facility. I don't know what they paid, $80 million, which today seems like a great deal for that facility, but they've already outgrown that. Just to kind of take a look at their projections as far as employee growth and how quickly they've outgrown that facility. If I read it properly, we're looking at a 15-year horizon, which, if that's correct, that seems short-sighted as far as, unless we take that phasing out beyond 2025. This facility's lasted 30-plus years, and we've survived with some expansion, but I guess the point being, if this whole exercise is to target 2025 with projected employee growth, why not project it out 30 to 40 to 50 years?
Yeah, part of the challenge of that from a delivery process is, there are so many changes in the delivery of government services, and so you hit a point where you're not being as prudent in your decisions, because then you in theory, could be looking at a huge facility that now you either are going to plan to build in the future or try to build now to take advantage of the economic times, and it'd be out of date. So, but the one beauty of the phasing plan, and even the original concept, is that site gives you flexibility, so as you get to the point before you would invest other dollars, you could still stay in the same site, so you wouldn't be facing these kind of decisions and still expand even further. So the site allows that.
That's a great transition to my second major question / point. But before we leave the financing, also, if we're looking at close to $1 million a month in cost escalation, I mean 5 years or 10 years, and we're going to add conservatively, I think Councilman Wolfson indicated that if 15 years ago the city leadership looked into the crystal ball, if we look in the crystal ball, if the assumption is correct that we're going to have a new City Hall facility, then if we wait 5 or 10 or 15 years, we're just taking $120 to $220 million and sticking it on the next generation of decision makers. So that needs to be factored in. But the transition, and Dr. Selby, this is probably directed more to you in the next few weeks. Part of this, I haven't read it in its entirety, but enough to get a sense that we need to have a little more attention paid to the function. They list our mission statement and service to the public, but a little more dialogue over the next few weeks as far as the purpose of City Hall. Specifically, who is our customer? Is it our external customer? To a certain degree, internally, we need to address the efficiencies were raised extremely well in the report. But around that, there's our identification of certain programs and services at the city. Are we going to still offer these 5, 10, 15 years in the future? Are we looking to eliminate programs that perhaps aren't in 2008 what they were 30 years ago? That dialogue as far as how that impacts certainly the employee number, the efficiencies, I think it's critically important that when you talk about those efficiencies, and again, I guess it's tough to quantify waiting for an elevator on certain days at City Hall, what that does adversely to productivity. But if we could pull some of those experience that you have raised with more recent public facilities,
right,
and if there's any way to quantify those increased efficiencies in relation to cost savings, critically important. And then, Mark, I don't know if you got that chart that I asked. Is it possible?
Sure.
Some of my colleagues brought this up, but I'd like to hammer this home one more time. If we could go to the overhead, there's a clear distinction over the last few years in our increase in public safety positions, not just our fire services and marshals and jail, but Metro, which we fund 41%, versus the non-public service employees. And this trend, I think, needs to be brought up in a little more detail over the next few weeks as far as the assumptions we're making here for a 2.25 increase in employee population, how it relates to this trend that we see here, and if that cannot impact as far as that 15-year horizon or space requirements. I'd like a little more dialogue specifically to those.
Councilman, I think that's one of the beauties of the conservative first phase is it gives us time to figure out if we're going to do service delivery in a different method with more satellite facilities or possibly telecommuting staff and things of that sort, which is more a modern way of thinking about what city government is and how it operates.
I can give you a short answer in the sort of the telecommuting issue.
It's going to be short because he's
It is. He's impatient. I can tell.
I never heard anything like this in my life.
We've just recently implemented an ability to pay your business license fees online. You don't have to come down. Now, we haven't advertised that. I think I just did. We had a 10% of our licenses are being now paid, those types of licenses being paid online, and we haven't even advertised it. So there could be a day when people don't have to come downtown as much as perhaps, and so that speaks to what Jim's talking about.
It's an excellent point. I think one of you mentioned that you don't want to build this too big and then...
That's right.
Yeah. Almost the last question. Since this is part of our redevelopment area, and this is part, a couple times it's been mentioned that it could prove to be an economic stimulus as far as the private sector building this for us, then flipping City Hall's property. Is there any ability to use RDA future funding to pay for the new City Hall, opposed to our traditional general funding?
That was something that we had looked at when we were looking at other scenarios, the possibility of using some of the RDA resources to help. Obviously, so the answer is, I think, yeah, there's opportunity there for us to look at it. The difference is the RDA has a sunset, it has a lifespan now of about 23 years. So it doesn't have the same lifespan, perhaps, as far as we would want to go. But the other short answer is the success of the RDA, as it generates revenues and as the critical mass of the redevelopment starts to gain on its own, you're going to have resources that I think could be redirected to other projects that do benefit the redevelopment area, but they could certainly supplement school programs. If we have residents that are living downtown and we need to have schools, someone's going to have to buy that land for them. So, those sorts of things are very possible.
Sunsets can always be pushed back also.
That's what I
If we
mentioned.
could all ask the Attorney's Office to just legally take a look at that question, as far as, under this scenario, the design, bridge, leaseback, if there would be anything statutorily that would be prohibitive to take a look at that option. I think Councilwoman said it best, there's, City Hall, I think, is not the priority of everybody, perceived or real, when we have police substations, fire substations, new jails, and everything out there. But if we can somehow bifurcate and push this towards a redevelopment activity versus our traditional general funding, I would certainly be supportive of that scenario. Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me that much time.
All right, Mayor
Your Honor,
Protem.
I just want to make one quick comment. Councilman Brown brought it out, the gentleman giving this report brought it out, the functionality of a facility. And I just was sitting here remembering when I was first elected, we had to put out to bid a caterer to come into this City Hall and feed our prisoners in our City Hall jail. They built City Hall, they built a new jail without a cafeteria, with no ability to feed the prisoners, and it was an ongoing problem trying to get food in and out of the jail to feed the prisoners. Now, that is not functionality. That's, to me, just the way the City Hall's been ever since I've been here.
All right, thank you. All right, I wanted to get, yes,
Ms. Mayor, could I
Councilwoman?
just ask a couple
Sure.
of questions? How much is this costing us to look into this further? What have we paid so far, and how much is it going to cost if we move this next step?
So far, for the consultant for the Pizzuti, we paid $295,850. That's our total contract. If we move forward with the bridging documents, we're currently in negotiations with that. We do not have a dollar figure. We're estimating it to be $3 to $4 million on that. And then if we do
Closer
an
to
owner's
three.
rep,
Yeah, part of that, Councilwoman, it's important to notice when you are doing the bridging documents, you'll have a total design fee that's incorporated in the new building. By doing the bridging documents, it's the same fee, you're reapportioning it, so it's not going to be an added fee, it actually takes away, it's pulled out of an overall fee, so it's not an added cost, it's not a stranded cost to you, it serves a purpose.
And what is it we've spent already? 295?
295,000.
295,000. You certainly have done a lot of work, and I think it's really important to look into all of this, and as Councilman Brown said, looking into the future, seeing past what Councilman Reese said so that we don't have any lack of cafeterias or whatever it is, and wherever we are technologically. The question I have, though, is I have a little concern is, we're talking about another $3 million?
$3 million plus the owner's rep. That might
If we move
about
into the
$5
other.
million.
Okay,
I think if we make the decision to move forward in 2 weeks or 30 days, that's an additional cost on the road. But I don't think you guys are charging us, if we keep you on for 2 more weeks, that's part of this.
No.
Then you come for another vote then? The only thing, I have a concern because at our budget workshop, we said we were going to delay any more capital fund projects. That's what we said. Now we're moving into something that is going to be costing us something more. And so we're moving into a capital fund project. I have a concern because I'm told that we're going to be making a trade of some Union Park land for the Four Queens land. And then I'm told, and then my question was, of course, well, the Union Park land is worth more, and Orlando was so kind to take so much time to explaining this to me. But then the question was, well, okay, we have the Four Queens land, and what will make up the difference of the worth of our Union Park being more than the Four Queens? And then it came down to, well, there'll be other amenities involved in that, but we didn't know specifically what it would be, except one of them would be that tearing down, that the other side would tear down the Four Queens. But the thing is, we already have land we don't have to tear anything down on. So I don't consider that so much an asset to what we're doing if we're considering is the trade-off equal. I'm just trying to point these things out as questions that I have. And, we're saying that it will cost us $1 million a month if the prices keep rising, or if they even stay level and move up a tiny bit as far as cost of the project is concerned. But on the other hand, we'll be paying interest on whatever monies, or we'll be shifting someplace else. I just feel that for something like this, there are a lot of questions still out there. That's all. Thank you for letting me say that, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Well, I envision the civic complex to be one that is grand and worthy of the world-class city. I think anything less than that is unacceptable, and I understand that everybody is very concerned about the public perception, but when you have a building that is architecturally beautiful, it represents what a city is all about. And the way this has evolved is fascinating because it's like being on a roller coaster. When we started to talk about the project, our community was booming, and the money was rolling in freely and quickly. And anybody who says that these are not tough economic times is a liar. They are tough economic times. And the city is challenged. And the city staff, under the tutelage and leadership of Dr. Selby, is doing a fine job in controlling our ability to provide the services to the constituents that we serve, and to be congratulated for it. And I think back to a statement by Winston Churchill that I referenced during the State of the City, and that is that politicians think about the next election, statesmen think about the next generation. And I believe that the direction that the city manager is taking us and recommending to us today is that of a statesman. because nothing is simple about what's being proposed here, and it could fall apart very, very easily and quickly. But I hope it doesn't. I hope that this complex jigsaw puzzle is able to be completed. We're talking about going into an area that is being developed by premier developers. The live-work folks, in conjunction with Forest City, have a reputation that precedes them. And they're talking about a complex which will include not only the Civic Center as proposed, but also the RTC building and office buildings, commercial, retail, those things that great cities have in their downtown area. In exchange for that, we're talking about a site that will be developed over in Union Park, which will have over 1,000 rooms, hopefully a world-class casino operator, and to bring energy on that side of the railroad tracks that has never been there before. And we have precedent, Dr. Selby. Let's not forget this, because I know that you need a little bit of cover on this, although you shouldn't, because you're thinking right. We have precedents in this community now for world-class architecture and world-class buildings with world-class projects taking place within them. We have the Rugo Brain Institute. People say I sound like a broken record, but I think we have to be proud of what's happening. The whole world is going to be looking at our downtown very, very shortly when the roof goes on that building. It's going to be an architectural icon, and people are going to be coming into our community and saying, look, not only is this a magnificent structure on the outside, but also what's taking place on the inside is so important, where neurodegenerative diseases are going to be addressed by the world's great physicians and researchers. Same thing with City Hall and the Civic Complex. I'm not going to be here, and many of the folks who are sitting up here aren't going to be here to enjoy that kind of surrounding. But living in the community and having children who live here and grandchildren who live here, I want them to look at pride as to what this council is going to authorize. Now, I realize it may never happen, because if we can't make the deal for the exchange of the property, which will help in a redevelopment and provide hundreds of jobs for people in the community who are yearning to go to work on projects of this nature, folks from the west side who will be able to have the employment contracts and the obligation where they'll be able to be employed over there, folks who will be living into the downtown because we're going to be redeveloping an entire area of the community which is now tire shops and muffler shops. But that's not what downtowns are supposed to be in great cities. So I urge you to continue this path, to do it prudently, to do it with sound judgment as far as the finances are concerned. But let's not forget, we are Las Vegas, and that makes us something special. And as soon as we stop thinking that way, we're going to be like every other place in the country, and they're all on the downturn where we are soaring like the eagle. And I want you to continue thinking the way you're thinking. That's my motion for this to be, the report to be accepted, and to start talking about the bridging documents, and further to keep us advised as to your progress, and seek our input as to what our dreams and our desires are as a council, for not ourselves, because as I say, most of us won't have the opportunity to be sitting in this complex. But for those who succeed us, will know that we did the right thing when it's finally completed.
Mayor Goodman, just for clarification, if you don't mind. This group, the Pizzuti Group, is their contract is through what, Orlando? Is it through the next stage?
No, it's right now. I'm sorry. It expires at the end of this report, but I think Pizzuti will work with us for the next couple of weeks to...
Well, part of my motion will be, if I may, that we reconvene on this topic 2 meetings from now. The second meeting after this one. What is the date of that?
March 5th.
March 5th. We get together on March 5th. We have a further discussion. The council will have the opportunity to address issues that concern them. Yes?
Do you mean 2 weeks or 2 meetings?
2 meetings.
Oh, 3/19, I'm sorry.
March 19th. March 19th, we'll get together then, and we'll discuss this and see whether or not we're going to proceed. And in the meantime, I ask you to work diligently with the Live Work Group to see whether we can work the trade for this piece of property. and to work with CIM to see how the 18 acres that we have where the present City Hall is situated fits into their plan, so a complete report could be made so that the council is fully apprised of where we stand, where we're going, and how we're going to get there. Okay? That's the motion. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 50, discussion and possible action regarding the Second Amendment to exclusive negotiating agreement by and between City Parkway 5, Inc. and LiveWork, LLC for evaluating the disposition and development of real property located near Main Street and Lewis Avenue and real property located near the southeast corner of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. This pertains to Wards 3 and 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. Not quite a year ago, you entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement with LiveWork Las Vegas for what is a very complicated project which involves the exchange of property between Union Park and a site in the core of downtown. Now, I've got these two sites shown on the overhead here. If I could, yeah, there we go. You extended this agreement for an additional extension which expires at the end of this month, and what you have before you is another extension to extend it for another 90 days. Now, with this proposed extension, let me give you an update of exactly where we're at with LiveWork Las Vegas, because I think that's probably foremost on your mind given the previous discussion. We have been negotiating at length with the partnership which comprised of LiveWork Las Vegas, which is Barnett Lieberman and David Mitchell out of New York, and Forest City Enterprises, who have purchased a position in this project through a joint venture that they formed to develop the 5-block area downtown known as LiveWork Las Vegas. During the early stages of that first ENA, they really got married, I guess, so to speak. The two groups came together, formed that partnership, and in the later months of that ENA, we've really gotten into earnest in really looking at all the issues. Now, this is very complicated in that we're really negotiating 3 projects simultaneously. We're negotiating the development of a site on PQ on Union Park, which you see in the right-hand drawing. We're negotiating the development and the inclusion of a city hall within the LiveWork Las Vegas project, and we're negotiating the LiveWork Las Vegas project. Those 2 projects, LiveWork Las Vegas and PQ, have the potential of being $1 billion of investment in each for a comprised investment of about $2 billion. Let me also back up a little bit and say that by the relocation of City Hall into this project, we're really setting up a third potential redevelopment, which is the site behind it, the existing site of City Hall and adjacent to it. So with one move of the City Hall into this project, you get the opportunity to redevelop behind you and split 2 projects in terms of potential redevelopment, using an equity trade of our existing site we own to get a site for a City Hall. Where we're at specifically is we have agreed to certain terms with LiveWork Las Vegas on the exchange. We've been going through issues like property values, infrastructure commitments, scope of development, a whole host of issues, and reach general agreement on a term sheet. Where we're at right now is we are, as we speak, drafting documents on the 2 projects, LiveWork Las Vegas and PQ. What we expect to bring back to you fairly soon is a binding letter of intent agreement that encompasses the whole deal, and then as part of that binding letter of intent, there would be a real property exchange and development agreement that respects the development of the City Hall site and the development of the PQ site, incorporates the scope of development and the terms and conditions of how each of those sites get developed. Also attached to that binding letter of intent, we expect to have some form of Live Work Las Vegas owner participation agreement that respects how the city would engage with them in supporting through tax increment financing certain aspects of that project are supported. When done, Live Work Las Vegas will transform a 5-block area downtown by rebuilding streets, sidewalks, adding new parking, virtually creating a whole new district in the downtown that doesn't exist today. And the other side of the equation, we're looking at how we engage with Forest City and a yet-to-be-named gaming partner for the development of a 1,000-room gaming hotel. That gaming hotel, we hope, will be iconic. We'll have a great inclusion of retail, a large gaming floor, and we're discussing things as to how that project connects over the railroad tracks to the core downtown, how it connects over into the rest of Union Park. It's a very large project incorporated in a very large overall mixed-use development, that being Union Park. So those are the ongoing negotiations. We hope to wrap this up in the next 30 days. We've set a goal of having the partners of Live Work come in next week, and over a 2-day period, we're going to virtually spend 2 full days negotiating the balance of the agreements that we're drafting as we speak. And we hope to have 85 to 90% of all that structure put in place. There may be some holes left in it, and we'll try to fill those holes then in the agreement, the yet to be negotiated terms over the next 30 days. Now, we've asked for an extension jointly through the end of May of this year to give us additional time should we need additional time to do those things. One of the things that they've yet to do is name their gaming partner on the PQ site. They've looked at a number of different options on that. I'm not at liberty to say who those are. They are high-level, very high-quality gamers who would come in and make a major change and a new addition of a major project downtown. And that's one of the things we want to know before we let them into Site PQ. So those are all the things that are happening simultaneously right now. It is very complex. I'll tell you, it's taxing our staff to negotiate 3 large projects of this scale simultaneously. So we are moving as quickly as we can to bring this deal to fruition. We are making progress. We are all rolling our sleeves up and sitting down and negotiating in earnest. We've reached agreement on a number of those terms. We believe we're going to reach agreement on the balance of terms, and we hope to have it wrapped up in the time frame as described in the previous Pizzuti report. But we're giving ourselves another 30 days or so of contingency time period to wrap up any other loose ends should we need it. We may be bringing documents into you sooner than the deadline that we're recommending for extension of this ENA. So I wanted to give you a quick overview of where we're at. As we work through the process with them, they're pulling a lot of their information back. We, for example, do not have in our public records a master plan. That is deliberate. We have been working through them step by step through the master planning process, but they are not at liberty at this point because they're working with financing and all different aspects of the development to publicly disclose at this time. They will at the time we bring the final agreements, and we'll be presenting that at the time we bring those agreements before you for approval. So that's exactly where we're at on these 2 projects. And we hope to have it wrapped up here in the next 30 to 60 days, but we're asking for an extension that gets us through the end of May should we need that time period. And
You'd like to be back here at the first meeting in June, is that it?
Well, what we're asking is an extension of the agreement through the end of May 30. That would mean in order to get approval, we'd have to be here the last meeting in May to fall under that time frame.
May 21st. That just about satisfies your needs.
Right. But what I'm saying is we could be here sooner if we're able to wrap it up sooner than that.
Right. And we'd like that, of course, but May 21st looks like it's the date then. All right. Any questions of Mr. Adams?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So what you're saying is you think the agreement will be finalized by May 21st? Might be sooner, but May 21st we would then know the full plans and everything?
That's correct. And I think at that point we would be coming before you, as we've done with other projects in the past, where the developer will be standing here, we'll be presenting plans to you, and I think there'll be a full disclosure to the public as to what we're doing with this project. I would say there's some of it is already out and it's been disclosed. This is the Live Work Las Vegas site. Maybe I could get this pulled up a little bit. The Live Work Las this site is the Queen of Sight Park site that I have my finger on, and then I've got X's on the other 4 blocks of Live Work Las Vegas. There's already been, for example, an approval of a lease by the Regional Transportation Commission for the development of a bus intermodal transit terminal on one of those blocks. And our City Hall would be another bookend of that. That would be at one corner of their 5-block site, and our City Hall would be at the other corner of that 5-block site. What we're working through is how those other 3 blocks get built out, the phasing of how that gets built, and the commitments that the RDA and the city would have to make in parking and infrastructure and all those kinds of things to make this whole project happen, to create that district, that unified district that we're all seeking to see that area transformed into.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, this is just all part of the equation. I would move to extend this exclusive negotiating agreement until May 21st of 2008.
Thank you. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding the Fourth Amendment to Memorandum of Understanding between REI Neon LLC, a Michigan limited liability company, and the City of Las Vegas, a municipal corporation of the state of Nevada, concerning the execution of a final development agreement for the construction of a sports arena generally located at the southwest corner of Main Street and Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Adams?
Yes, this item respects the consideration of an additional extension of our memorandum of understanding between the city and REI Neon LLC respecting development of their 70-acre site in the south end of downtown for the potential development of an arena. I need to make, I think, a correction. In your agenda summary page, it indicates this extension will extend the MOU for 30 days. That should say 60 days, as what is in the Fourth Amendment, this would be the Fourth Amendment, is a proposed extension until April 17th, 2008. So that would be an extension for 60 days. There has been, a significant event occur in this last extension period, which is there is a new potential partner in the transaction, and that is the Cordish Company.
Yeah, let me interrupt you, if I may.
Sure.
I'd like to give a little bit of a background of what's happened since the last time we were together. I was fairly firm, or very firm, that this was going to be fish or cut bait day as far as REI is concerned. But as I indicated before, we are on a slippery slope as far as financing is concerned in the outside world. It is so uncertain at this point in time that it's impossible to. It's a moving target. You can't get your arms around it. It changes from day to day, and companies that you think are the most solid companies in the world who lend money, who are investment bankers, you read in the newspaper that they're filing for Chapter 11 at this point in time, and we've adopted a policy as a council that if we see an applicant who is before us trying hard, we're not going to penalize them because of matters which are beyond their control, and that's the way I think I would have to characterize our negotiations with REI. We've had 2 meetings. Mr. Adams, you were there. I was there. Members of city staff. On one occasion, Mr. Vincent was there. We even brought in Rossi Rollencotter from the Convention Authority to assist us in our discussions, and Mr. John Weaver was representing REI along with Mr. Jeff Orley, the principals of REI, and during the course of these discussions, they have brought in the Cordish Company. I had asked that a representative of Cordish be here today. They had made what they characterize in an email to me a Herculean effort to have Mr. Port Tellis, their representative, here with us. that he was just in a position where he was unable to get here, but in his place instead, they have written me the following, and I'd like this part of the public record. This was sent to my office at 6:14 p.m. yesterday. Mr. Mayor, this letter confirms that we have been working with REI on the potential development of an arena in the city of Las Vegas, and that we expect to be a partner in the arena if and when it is consummated. We share the city's vision that an arena coupled with a larger complementary development would be a catalyst for dramatic positive revitalization. We are proud to be the developer of comparable major sports anchored districts around North America with groups such as the Comcast, the 76ers and Flyers facility, St. Louis Cardinals, NASCAR, San Francisco Giants, and Woodbine Entertainment Group. We're also proud to have successfully completed major public-private partnerships with cities such as Atlantic City, New Jersey, Charleston, South Carolina, Baltimore, Maryland, Houston, Texas, Louisville, Kentucky, and others. We look forward to working with the City of Las Vegas on this very important development and hopefully reaching a successful conclusion in the very near future. And that's signed Blake Cordish, Vice President of the Cordish Company. Blake Cordish, along with his father, David Cordish, attended these meetings that we had in Baltimore and in Washington, D.C. within the past month. They are major developers. They have developed a concept called Live, which are entertainment complexes which are phenomenally successful. I spoke with Jerry Abramson, who is the mayor of Greater Louisville, and he said that this concept in their downtown has transformed the downtown to a place where folks are coming by there in thousands, droves of thousands on the weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He's never seen anything like it, and the fact that REI has brought Cordish to the table, I believe, has to militate in their favor. I just wanted to put all that on the record. I think everybody's dealing in good faith, but it is so tough. It's so tough. They realize that AEG is out there. AEG is negotiating with Harrah's, and I've made it very clear, in my opinion, with discussions with the leagues and information that we have from the NHL and the NBA, that whoever has that shovel in the ground first probably has the best bet of getting a professional, not professional, a major league sports franchise in their particular arena. REI recognizes that. Cordish recognizes that. If we could make a deal with them right now, they say they could probably have their shovel in the ground by June, believe it or not, based on their prior experience. But we're apart, and the finances out there are something that have to be resolved. We're not going to do anything that's foolish and not in the best interests of the city of Las Vegas, and it's tough. And I know everybody's working real hard to accomplish it. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I think it's important that we put the history as to what's taking place between the last meeting and today on the record.
Yeah, you've said exactly what I was going to say.
Oh, and then, of course, there's the whole concept, as the Mayor Pro Tem reminds me, we have another element in the discussion as well, and that is Goldman Sachs hopefully will close their deal on the Stratosphere with the Whitehall Group this week. They're in the discussions with Cordish as to how an arena could work into that particular part of the city on property that is adjacent to REI's property, because they're not only buying the Stratosphere itself, but also 17 acres surrounding the Stratosphere. And that, too, is part of the mix. So it's not as though people are sleeping around here. Believe me, we're working our fannies off in order to accomplish this. But because of the financial world, we're in one of those situations. We're in a twilight zone at this point in time. Thank you.
I would mention, Mr. Mayor, that the REI team here is present here, and you may here to answer any questions you might have of them as well.
Okay, Mr. Weaver, would you come up, please? And your crew? Yes. No, I don't. It was sent, just the comments. There's personal information on here that I don't believe should necessarily be made available. Mr. Weaver.
Good morning.
Were my representations accurate?
Yes, I think you did a very fair job. Thank you.
Do you want to supplement them?
The only thing I'd like to say is, we'd like to be your landlord, too.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good. Okay, make a better deal with Mr. Vincent, and we'll consider you.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Weaver or Mr. Adams? Mr. Adams, what's your recommendation?
Well, we recommended a 60-day extension of the MOU to April 17th of this year.
Okay.
That'll be my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post.
Mr. Weaver, how are you?
I'm great.
Motion carries, and keep on working. I mean, it's every day.
We're all working hard. Mr. Mayor, you specifically, thank you for your involvement of time, and of course Scott and Mark Vincent. We're meeting tomorrow, and we're working very diligently on this matter.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next book. Thanks. How's the clerk doing? Okay. All right. Item 52, discussion and possible action on appeal of work card denial for Timothy Sean O'Neill. Mr. O'Neill, why don't you come up, and Detective Weeks, and how about Mr. DiFiore? Are you part of this, or are we relying on the detective on this one? All right, Detective Weeks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Detective Tony Weeks with Special Investigations Section of Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. You have before you Mr. Timothy O'Neill, who has appealed a denial of a work card. I believe you have the report in front of you that outlines Mr. O'Neill's criminal background. It's not just one charge and conviction that is a concern here. It's actually two charges and the conviction, which you can see in your report. I'm going to be brief right now and allow Mr. O'Neill to speak to you, and then I do have a few brief comments after he speaks.
All right.
I believe there is a letter in there from his employer as well.
Yes, there is. All right, Mr. Weeks.
My name is Timothy Sean O'Neill II.
O'Neill, pardon me. Excuse me. Yes, sir.
I have a couple other letters that I would like to present, one from my probation officer, one from my counselor. Let me see.
While you're getting those together, Mr. O'Neill, the part of the report that disturbed me more than any other is that you were dishonorably discharged from the case where you were convicted in 2001. Why did that take place?
I was incarcerated, Your Honor. I couldn't do anything that...
In other words,
the letter that I got while I was incarcerated said that I was discharged for noncompliance.
You were incarcerated on the second charge?
I was incarcerated on the second charge.
I see, and you got the letter regarding the first charge saying you weren't in compliance for reporting.
Yeah, no, but I had also been on that for 2 years, and I had like 7 months left.
Okay, I understand. I understand how it happened. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. We're happy to hear from you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I've been working at a 7-Eleven since August of 2005. I chose to move to another location because I was offered a little more money. It's a nice location, but it's in the city. It's no longer in the county. Now I need a work card. I don't see the difference. I'm in a 7-Eleven. I'm in a 7-Eleven here. I'm in a 7-Eleven there.
We're not talking about that.
But I do understand the law. Detective Weeks was very kind to explain it to me. So I do understand why. I'm within the city limits now. City requires it, county doesn't. So I understand that. All I'm asking, Your Honor, is for a chance to prove myself. The letters I have here from my counselor, from my probation officer, the letter from my employer, all imply the same thing. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. I'm trying to get my life back together. I'm just asking for the chance to do that.
You want to have the documents passed up here, please? Okay, Detective?
I believe one of the letters there is from Mr. O'Neill's probation officer, who I had an opportunity to speak to as well.
Yes.
I believe the letter is generic, just basically stating that Mr. O'Neill has complied with everything that they have asked. He was not, there weren't a lot of, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, the way I understood it, there were no restrictions put on his probation as far as within limits from a school. However, there is an elementary school about 25, I believe it's 2,500 feet, about 4 blocks from this location. The concern, Mr. O'Neill is working a graveyard shift with no supervision. And it's not just because of the I think I listed it as the number 2 charge on there. It's not just because of the number 2 charge, it's because of both charges that is a concern. In the past, what his probation officer had said to me was that they went in and reviewed tapes from his previous employer within the county to make sure that Mr. O'Neill had not been doing anything out of the ordinary while he was working a graveyard shift. This employer, as you can see in her letter, has stated that he will be working a graveyard shift with no supervision. That's the concern we have here, is that he, not only because of the charges, which are egregious, there's no supervision.
All right, could you address that, sir?
The last 2.5 years, I've been working a graveyard shift less than 3 blocks away from 2 different schools, one a high school, one a junior high school. If you're familiar with the corner of Sahara and Lamb, you've got Cimarron or whatever, there's a high school up the street, and there's a junior high school right down the street. Okay? I have had no problems. This is the neighborhood that I'm going to is a much lower traffic area than where I was. I'm less likely to get in trouble where I'm trying to be employed at than where I was because of the high crime area in that particular area. I can attest to the fact I was attempted to be robbed 3 times. The neighborhood, that's another reason why I was wanting to leave. I was feeling like a target where I was at. I moved from the east side of town to the west side of town. And like I said, it put me into the city limits. And again, all I'm asking is for a chance to prove myself. I think my record stands, since my release, my record stands for itself.
Any questions, Mr. O'Neill or Detective Weeks?
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. O'Neill, I just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding. Your first conviction, you received probation, and while you were on probation, you received the second conviction?
Yes, two separate charges. One was a state, one was a federal, both picked up from the same arrest. The second conviction put me in prison for 46 months.
One arrest caused 2 prosecutions.
Yes.
The first prosecution was in state court.
Yes.
You received probation.
Yes.
The federal system then kicked in, gave you a prison sentence, which then made it impossible for you to finish probation because you went to prison in the federal system.
Exactly.
You served a number of months in federal prison. When did you get out of federal prison?
July 28th. Well, I went to halfway house because in the federal system, halfway house, you're still incarcerated. So I went to halfway house July 28th of 2005, was released from the halfway house on October 28th of 2005.
So you've been out of a facility for 2 years and 3 months or so?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've been working at a 7-Eleven in the county?
Yes.
For how long?
Since August of 2005. 2.5 years.
So you're coming up on 2.5 years, and you haven't had any problems, right?
No problems.
Because you've been on supervised release during this period of time. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, once you get out of the halfway house, you're still on supervised release, and you're on supervised release right now, aren't you?
Yes.
So you've been clean under the federal supervision standards for 2.5 years, right?
Yes.
You've been working at a 7-Eleven in the county for 2.5 years.
Yes.
No problems.
No problems.
But you want to move to another 7-Eleven owned by a different person?
Yes.
That's in the city?
Yes.
And that's why you need the work card?
Yeah. It's basically, again, it was a financial decision. She's offering me $1 more an hour to do the exact same job.
Okay. If we say no, You can't work in the city. You could go back and work in the county, though, because the county doesn't have the same work hard laws. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes. That's
Is
the
that
way it
right?
was
That
explained
is
to me.
correct. For the same position that he's applying for within the city, in the county, that same position does not require a work card. That is correct.
When you were working for the 7-Eleven in the county, were you working a graveyard shift unsupervised like you are now?
Same shift, same conditions, unsupervised.
Does the county not have similar work card laws that the city does?
In some respects, they do. In this particular position, they do not.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Okay, all right. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, do you wish that the county did have similar requirements as the city?
Well, I don't think my personal opinion really, at this point, would makes a difference. I personally think that you all should be the same. If that answers your question, I think that the same positions should require the same elements, regardless if it's in the city or the county.
And that does answer my question, because I know your team work your tails off to bring us this information, and you work hard and you're diligent at getting us this information. And I support the efforts and the program of the work cards. It just concerns me that we're not on the same page with the county in some instances, and I'd certainly like to see us moving in that direction one day. Mr. O'Neill, I appreciate the fact that you have served your time and your life is changing, and I think that's great. And your comments about working at a previous store close to one school or the other still doesn't sit well with me. I will not be supporting your request in this for your work card. There's lots of jobs out there, and if it's a 7-Eleven graveyard shift you want to work at, the city of Las Vegas, in my view, is a special place. And we require a little bit more from the residents who live here. And I'm going to be supporting the Metropolitan Police Department's efforts in regards to this issue. And I wish you the best. And if there's anything I can do, because I work with a lot of employment opportunities in the construction industry, I certainly offer my services to you, but I can't support this at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councilman Brown.
Thank you. Two questions on the application, on the appeal of denial, non-renewal of sheriff's work card. 3/4 of the way down, the application / renewal. Renewal is circled.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm sorry.
Councilman, I understand what you're doing. I had for a very long time, had a gaming card until my charge, so it was actually a renewal of my card.
Well, in actual reality, I believe his work card, in 1999, he was given a work card. This was pre-2000, when many laws changed requiring who could have a work card. And in 2000, or actually at the end of 1999, and Mr. DeFiore may be able to, or Sergeant Alexander may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was at the end of 1999, there were a lot of ordinance changes that changed what considered crimes of moral turpitude, and these particular crimes at that time were added in there for that would preclude you from having a work card. So yes, at one time he did have a work card. That was prior to his incarceration. So it had expired, and I believe it expired in 2004, actually. I don't have that document in front of me. But so this is something that the applicant filled out, that it was a denial of a renewal. At this point, it would have been a brand-new card. The card had been expired since 2004, so it really doesn't, if that answers your question.
It does, and Sergeant Alexander.
Hi, Sergeant Reagan Alexander, Metro Special Investigations. Just to clarify a little further, in 2004 also, that's when the state began, actually it was the 2003 legislature, Nevada State Gaming took over the gaming work cards that Metro used to issue. They took over that, and now it's called it's electronic data registration. They have a database called GERLA. And the gaming cards in 2004 we weren't even issuing gaming cards anymore in 2004 because Nevada State Gaming had taken that over. we're only still issuing non-gaming cards. It's kind of confusing because we see all that gaming word in there. I wish it wasn't, but it's just non-gaming cards. So he was away at the time when all that transpired, and his card, he could have never got a new gaming card anyways, if that helps also.
And what is the current term of your probation that you're on today? What's the time frame?
My supervisor's release ends the 27th of October this year.
2008. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, may I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman?
I was just going to state that I remember when I first came on the council, a similar case like this came about with someone with a background like this. And I want to tell you, Mr. O'Neill, I know you're trying hard, and I respect you for that. My concern is my experience and all the research and understanding I have of being placed in a situation where perhaps you can't control what might happen. And when it involves children, I feel very strongly. You know, all the research supports the difficulty of being able to move past that point. But if it weren't near a school, if it weren't a place like 7-Eleven, which is a gathering point for children after school, I certainly would feel differently. But in this situation, I could not support the renewal.
Might I interject something here?
Certainly.
Again, 2.5 years, 7-Eleven, graveyard shift. That's why I chose graveyard shift. I'm not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize my freedom.
Yeah.
Nothing. I did 36 months.
Let me ask you, what is graveyard shift? What are the hours?
10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
That's after the kids are gone and before they come in.
I understand.
And that's why I've chose those hours.
And I know how strongly you feel about that, and I respect that also.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Barlow?
No,
he's going to make a motion.
Okay. Then I would just like to say that I know this is a very complex discussion that we're having here, but just for something for us all to keep in mind that when we face crossroads like this, how egregious they may be, and someone is trying to, in fact, turn their life around and to be able to provide for their families as well as themselves, I don't want we as a council to, in fact, put ourselves in a position to where we're a stumbling block for the advancement of someone's life if, in fact, 2.5 years of being on the right track, we don't want to derail that progress. So I just wanted to just put that on the record, put that on the minds of those of us that sit here as we continue to talk about moving the community forward. And as diverse as it may be, I mean, we have a lot of diverse issues also that we face. And so if we're going to be at the forefront, we need to be at the forefront and continue to hold that banner in all respects. So that would just be my comment towards this item. Thank you.
May I ask a question of clarification?
Certainly.
I'm not sure what motion Mayor Pro Tem Reese is going to make, but if we grant his appeal, if this council votes to grant his appeal, is it conditioned that he can only work this shift, or may he work any shift?
That could be part of the motion.
Okay.
And that would be acceptable.
Okay.
All I'm asking for is a chance.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I can certainly appreciate the applicant, the position he's in. I can also appreciate the position he's in over in the county with their investigations, just like we have, their conditions. I can certainly appreciate the questions and comments that have been asked by this board. I can certainly appreciate how my fellow board members feel. But I also have a lot of feelings myself. And if there wasn't the opportunities for people to get employment, which doesn't require a work card, but there are, I have supported other applicants who are trying to step forward and reform themselves and do good in society. But on the charges, I'm not going to bring them out. I just feel like that we are probably, maybe, however you want to phrase it, putting people at risk. And I can appreciate the applicant working graveyard shift. I have a 7-Eleven where I work also, and many times I get there at 6 o'clock in the morning, there are kids in the 7-Eleven for whatever reasons. I'm going to also support our Find Metro's intelligence department group, their investigations. I think it's important that sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't agree, and on this one here, I don't agree. So my motion is going to be to follow their recommendation for denial of this application.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Items 53 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new martial arts instructions license. Thrive Investments LLC, doing business as Extreme Family Fitness Center at 7660 West Cheyenne Avenue, Suite number 120 in Ward 4. Ms. Myers?
Mayor, members of council, the applicant we have before us today has met our criteria for consideration of a temporary approval.
All right. You happy to hear from you, sir?
All right. Dr. Gil Suarez, my first time here, so I've never done this before.
It's fun, isn't it?
Basically, I'm going to be opening a mixed martial arts school. I have all of my instructors from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt to Muay Thai experts to a Krav Maga specialist. I'm not an instructor. I will be the owner. My dental practice is in the same complex. At this point, Metro Special Investigation has been completed. The whole background search, everything has been wrapped up as per Patty Glutz is her name at the investigations office. And I'm just here to get a temporary license. Actually, it should be a permanent as per the business licensing office also, because Metro's done their background investigation. And that's all. I don't know really what else to do.
No, that's good.
To be honest with
You did fine.
Okay.
All right. Any questions of the gentleman? All right.
Your Honor, just out of curiosity, he's the owner-operator. Do we have criteria as far as the instructors themselves?
The instructors would each have to hold valid work cards.
And you're aware of that?
Yes. Sir, and also the other thing is they have to have, as far as I've been really involved with this the last 3 months, they have to have business, any instructor has to have a business license in the city of Las Vegas, and they have to have the work cards. One question I had is to be able for, after today's meeting, for me as the employer to be able to get them their work card, their sheriff's cards, I have to have some type of documentation. And I'm not sure exactly what that documentation is, so that...
Well, I'm sure Mr. DiFiore's office will be able to help you with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Ms. Myers will be able to help you as soon as we're through. Okay? Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move for approval following staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Item 54, this item will be trailed to be heard in the afternoon session with item 111. 55 is discussion and possible action regarding a new massage establishment license, Russell J. M.D., doing business as Tranquil Gardens Massage at 3900 North Rancho Drive in Suite 107. Mr. M.D. here? Mr. M.D. All right, he's not here, obviously. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, maybe a short explanation on that. We spoke to Mr. M.D. last week and asked him if he wanted to go forward with this because we had stricken it from the agenda in May of last year due to the fact the investigation was not completed. It was recently completed. He did want to go forward. We did send him a certified letter, and today he's not here. The city and Metro are still willing to go forward. However, if you would like, we can strike this from the agenda and maybe reschedule it at a later time.
All right, Councilman Ross, your call. What would you like to do?
Your Honor, we're going to move forward with this item today.
Very good.
You'll see in your Metro report, there are concerns that Metro did complete with regard to the wife of Mr. M.D., who is going to be listed as the manager of the business. And Detective Weeks is available if you have any questions on the Metro report.
I think it's pretty graphic.
And if you have any questions, you're certainly welcome to ask her, and she's available for that. Other than that, I have my concerns, too, as well, and certainly my recommendation to the council is to deny this application
for the massage establishment license.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. DeFiore or Detective Weeks? Okay. Councilman Ross, your motion, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the backup speaks for itself without Detective Weeks sharing any graphics with us. And this, of course, has been a sore location for Ward 6 for quite some time. I'm going to, I don't believe I need to create a statement on the record. I think everything speaks for itself. With that, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, and we're up to 56, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license for USHOC Enterprises, Inc., doing business as My Day Spa at 8522 Del Webb Boulevard. This is in Ward 4, and this is an ancillary license to an existing business, My Day Spa. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants are here today. They do meet the criteria for consideration of a temporary license. The massage portion of this particular business is going to be limited to 145 square feet, or roughly 10 by 14, one room. My recommendation is to approve the temporary license subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Folks, would you like to be heard? If so, please identify yourselves.
I'm Rosemary Ushak, and this is...
I'm Ray Ushak.
And we just want to open, that's it.
Okay, I don't blame you. Very good. Any questions of the USHOCs? All right, or Mr. DeFiore? All right, saying none, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck to you, folks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 58 is the Animal Advisory Committee. The term of Mark Dolganoff, the DVM, expires March 20, 2008. This is Councilman Reese's appointment.
Yes, Your Honor, move to follow staff's recommendation. He has served. He does a tremendous job, and he does wish to be reappointed, so my motion will be to reappoint.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP, Grant Review Board, the term of Minerva Gomez. She resigned January 11, 2008, and her term expires December 19, 2008. This is my appointment. I had some wonderful, wonderful applicants. There's no other way to put it. Each one was better than the next, and I am selecting for recommendation a woman who went through our 2007 Citizens Leadership class, A.J. Powell, to fill Ms. Gomez's spot, and want to thank Ms. Gomez for her service. So that's my motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 60 is discussion and possible action to appoint a new alternate member to the County Sewage and Wastewater Advisory Committee. There's been a recommendation for Charles J. Trushell, Management Analyst 2, as an alternate member of this committee. Are there any other suggestions, or Mayor Pro Tem, would you move to have him appointed?
Yes, Your Honor, so moved.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 61, this is Bill number 2008-4, adopts the public buildings element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Bill number 2008-4 adopts the public buildings element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan.
All right. Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
I'm coming. I'm talking.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 62 is Bill number 2008, adopts the transit element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes.
Bill number 2008-5 adopts the transit element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan.
And Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 63 is Bill number 2008-7, annexation number ANX-25478, the property located on the west side of Rainbow Boulevard, approximately 580 feet south of Lone Mountain Road alignment. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please.
Bill number 2008-7, annexation number ANX-25478, property location on the west side of Rainbow Boulevard, approximately 580 feet south of the Lone Mountain Road alignment. The petition's by the Kraft Family Limited Partnership. The acreage is 4.74 acres. It's zoned RE.
Thank you. Councilwoman,
Move to approve.
please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 64 will be trailed to be heard after item 100 at the beginning of the afternoon session. And items 65 through 70, bills 2008-3, 2008-6, 2008, and 2008-10 through 2008-12 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. And the new bills, which are items 71 to 72, bills 2008-13 and 2008-14, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, March 4th, 2008. Could you please read those, Mr. Henry?
Bill number 2008-13 updates the city's firearm registration requirements to conform to state law. Bill number 2008-14 allows the short-term residential rentals in residential districts as a conditional use.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman, will you be available on March the 4th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman Barlow, will you be available at that time?
Yes, Mayor.
Very good. Then these bills will be assigned to you for review, and thank you. The council meeting will be in recess until 1:30. 1:30.
Can I submit this for the proposal on the car work?
Y'all had a smooth meeting today, huh?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure. Yes, sir.
y'all had a smooth meeting today. Nice seeing you guys.
Nice seeing you.
I know you had a trip and so forth.
Nice seeing you,
All right, take care.
Dahlia, would you like to join us upstairs?
Well, that'd be nice.
All right, you're certainly welcome. 10th floor.
Thank you. What, on 10th floor? Thank you.
I'll thank you.
Is it 1:30 yet? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We ran over a little bit this morning. We said we were going to start at 1:30 this afternoon. It's 1:30 on the button. So I'll call item number 73. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a special use permit, 25-983, Unwind LLC / Saddle Mountain Marketplace LLC, 6485 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 140. Councilman Ross has asked that to be held in advance until our 3/5/2008 meeting. Item number 88 is a variance, 22A67 World Wellness Group LLC, 3100 South Valley View Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 89 is a site development review, 21998 World Wellness Group LLC, 3100 South Valley View Boulevard. Staff asked that to be held in advance until our March 5, 2008 meeting. And item 92 and 93, special use permit 25270 and site development review 25271. Venture Development Group, Saida Family Trust, northwest corner of Tenaya Way and Sky Point Drive. The applicant wants that held in advance until our March 19, 2008 meeting. Item 96 and 97, ROC, review of conditions 17721, site development review 17720, Cars DB4LP, 6300 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant wants that withdrawn without prejudice. Item number 98 is site development review, 25247, Soka Kaki International USA Nels Trust et al., southeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and Kalen Drive. The applicant wants that held in abeyance until our March 19, 2008 meeting. Item number 99 is TMP 25075, Caroline's Court / Caroline's Court LLC, northwest corner of El Capitan Way and Durango Drive. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our March 5, 2008 meeting. Items 106 and 107, variance 25959 and special use permit 25958, T-Mobile USA Inc. / Village Center Inc., 910 North Rancho Drive. The applicant wants that held in advance until our March 5, 2008 meeting. Item 115 is special use permit 25955, Convenience Superstore / Red Cart LLC, 8490 Westcliff Drive. The applicant wants that held in advance until our March 19, 2008 meeting. Item 118 is site development review, 25443, Brizio Benitez Buyers Syndicate / 1411 Northeastern Avenue. The applicant wishes that to be held in advance until our March 19, 2008 meeting, and I just asked staff on item 118, please have them contact my office. Are there any other items we need before at this time?
Excuse me. Yes, Councilman Roth.
I do need to pull 82 off of that.
82?
To be heard.
Just off 1+1.
Off 1+1. We haven't got to that yet.
Okay. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, sir.
Tell us your name, please.
Kelvin Haywood, 4300 El Como Way.
Yes, what could we do for you?
Thank you, sir. I was going to ask if items 88 and 89 could actually be heard today.
They've been withdrawn without prejudice. 88's been withdrawn without prejudice by the applicant, which means that they could bring it back again. And the other 89 has been put over to March the 5th at the request of the staff. So I would say unless... the
reason I'm asking that is because I think there was an error.
Let me do this. It's in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, and ask her what her pleasure is on those two. 88 and what is it?
88 and 89. Yes,
88
sir.
and 89.
Well, you're not the applicant, are you? Because
No, ma'am. I'm the architect for the applicant.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
The applicant's the one who wanted to withdraw 88 and then move to...
Yes, ma'am. It was the plans that we wanted to withdraw. What initially happened was that we initially designed a 3-story building, but we reduced the square footage because of the parking.
Yeah, I understand what you're interested in, but I'm a little concerned. It's been posted as a bay, basically, and it's a matter...
let me explain. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just realized. It was going to be on today. They had wanted the 88 gone, but we would have had 89, except for the fact that it wasn't noticed. That's why we can't hear it today. Maybe our attorney...
Councilwoman, if I could, it was noticed incorrectly because of the fact that we had, or the titling indicates that the applicant request decided to be withdrawn without prejudice, and in fact they wanted this to be heard. We thought it was confusing to the public, so the city attorney's office suggested that item be obeyed at this meeting and re-noticed appropriately.
Now,
number 89.
Because you've been inconvenienced, what I'm ready to do is I'm ready to tell the clerk, or ask the clerk to set this matter as the first matter in the afternoon on March the 5th, so you'll know exactly where it is and you won't have to sit around here.
And Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't mind hearing him speak, except for the fact that I think we were working well with the applicant, and I think this is what the applicant wanted.
And I'm a little concerned, Councilwoman, the fact that it's been posted basically as being changed. It is a matter for public hearing, and maybe somebody left, so I'm concerned about proceeding.
And Mr. Mayor, I have spoken directly to the applicant's legal representative and informed him that we would be re-noticing based on this publication.
All right. Well, would you like me to direct the clerk to put this as the first matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you'd be kind enough to do that, Ms. Bridges. That way you'll be the number one matter to be heard on March the 5th.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
And it's just a matter of legality.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Are there any other items?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Question, I would like to know if the applicant for 106 and 107 is in the audience.
That's the T-Mobile USA Inc., Village Center Inc.?
Yes.
That matter? Anybody here on that matter in the audience? Seeing none.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Hearing no others, Your Honor, make a motion we bring all these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Now, Ms. Bridges, are we to pull forward item 100 now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll pull item 100 forward, and then we'll hear the related item number 64. 100 is DIR 26231. It'll be a public hearing. The Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education. Consideration and possible action regarding the development agreement for the College of Southern Nevada development on approximately 41.17 acres at the northwest corner of Elkhorn Road and Grand Montecito Parkway. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. And the companion item from this morning is item number 64. 64 is bill number 2008-9, adopts development agreement with the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education on behalf of the College of Southern Nevada regarding property located in the vicinity of Durango Drive and Oso Blanco Road.
Excuse me, Mayor?
Yes.
I'll need to, since I have the bill, I'll need to read the title of that one in.
Pardon me, please?
I'll need to read the title of the ordinance into the record.
Would you be kind enough to do that?
An ordinance to adopt that certain development agreement entitled Development Agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Board of Regents of the Nevada System of Higher Education on behalf of the College of Southern Nevada and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lazovich.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here this afternoon on behalf of the College of Southern Nevada. We do appreciate many hours from your staff that went into working with us on this agreement, and if I could take just a moment and call out a few people who spent a very long time working with us on this, I would like to thank them personally. Sheila Lambert, Betsy Fretwell, Tom Green, Flynn Fagg, many people in your Public Works Department, Jim Lewis, and of course Councilman Ross. They put in a lot of time. This development agreement has been in the works for quite some time, but more recently all of us got in a room together and quite quickly came to a decision on the terms in the development agreement, and it was a very amicable and agreeable process. So to those people, I extend a personal thank you. With me to my right is Mike Richard, who is the president of the College of Southern Nevada, and also Thalia Dondero, who is a regent, and I know she does not need any introductions, but I know that they would like to say a couple of words.
Very good. President?
Thank you very much. We've worked for 7 months on this project, and it has really made a difference for our community. We're very excited about this project. This will bring the services of CSN to so many of our citizens in that northwest quadrant of the city. It'll make a real difference. I want to thank Councilman Ross and his staff. I want to thank the City Attorney's Office for working with us so closely on this. So many folks in Public Works and Planning. I want to thank the Board of Regents for sticking with us on this important project, and Chancellor Rogers, because we've had some rough times on this project, but we've got it now to where it's going to be a great success. This project will also complement other functions that are under construction out in that area of the city, and we are looking forward to partnerships that we can bring to the table to help those citizens out there and be of service to them. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. It's good having you here, sir. Regent Dondero.
And Mayor and council people, I really want to say this is a very exciting program for that area of the community. I think it will be more accessible to people that live in that northwest and probably go all the way up to Mount Charleston and Indian Springs. But anyway, it will give them a shorter distance to drive, for one thing, and certainly a lot of new programming is going on. And with the help of the city, I think I really wanted to say something about the library, because I thought it would be a great opportunity to kind of partnership with the library so that we would have books and things accessible for the students. And so those are my thoughts on it, and I'll carry the message back to our other regions. Thank you.
Very good. We appreciate you being here today. Are there any comments or questions by the council? Councilman Ross. Yes.
I just wanted to say quickly, and you probably thought of this already, but you know, with the new Southwest Tech Center out there, and with the other centers that they have, I'm sure you're looking into working with them and bring them in quickly to, they can get 18 units of college work before they graduate from high school.
That's right.
So if you can work that out, it'd be magnificent.
We're working on it now.
And I hear that Southwest program is really great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to express my appreciation to you, President Richards, and to the Chancellor as well for your patience with me, and to the Regents. Regent Dondero, you've been understanding and patient, and so has your staff. I want to express my appreciation to your counsel, Mr. Hinckley, who's in the front row there. He got a taste of my impatience a few times, I'm sure, and as well as my staff, and I appreciate you hanging in there. This has been a long process. There's been a lot of interesting things said about it, and we're just going to let them lie. As we on this council view the decisions we make today that affect generations to come, we recognize our responsibility in that. And that is huge in regards to what's happening in the Northwest. And I'm grateful to be a part of that and to help you continue with your efforts as the college system of our great state, especially here in Southern Nevada. And thank you for letting me be a part of that. That means a great deal to me.
Thank you for your help.
And I just wanted to say that, Your Honor.
Very good. All right. Motion, please? Yes.
With that, on agenda item 64, I would move to adopt the development agreement with the Board of Regents. That's my motion.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And on 100, please.
And on agenda item 100, I would also move to follow Planning Commission's and staff's recommendation for approval as well, Your Honor. I have one more comment after the vote, if that's right.
Certainly. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Councilwoman? Yes. Yes. Okay. No problem. All right. The motion carries. And Councilman Ross.
One more comment. As I was speaking to the Regent and the President, Mr. Hinckley, before the meeting started this afternoon, I talked about signs. And you guys went the extra mile for me, and you posted signs out there like I'd asked you to, so the residents in the Northwest would know they're going to be there. The BLM was a little upset with me for that, but I claimed responsibility and told them it was my fault. But since those signs went up, the excitement and the stimulation in the Northwest has been incredible. People recognize the college is coming out there. They're excited about it. They're excited about it for their kids. And it's a great addition to the northwest part of our city. So thank you very much.
And it is a big deal. It's a big deal to the city of Las Vegas to be able to have that kind of education available to folks who aren't necessarily able to make it to other campuses. And it's a welcome addition to the great Northwest. And I want to thank Councilman Ross for working as diligently as you did, because I'll tell you, this was a tough one, and I went through a lot of bumps and grinds along the way, but I think the right thing has been done here, and we're very pleased about it.
Well, thank Jennifer, too.
And Jennifer, thank you for
Me too.
Before they step away, Your Honor, Regent Dondero, would you accept this letter from the mayor and myself to the congressional delegation to support the needs and efforts of what you're trying to accomplish? We're right there with you.
Thank you very
Your Honor,
much.
if I could do that.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you out there.
We need to recall them items first.
Okay, what do we need?
You want me to read them?
Yeah, please.
Your Honor, it's been brought to our attention that one of our city attorney office members who was kind of getting ready to retire, he read items 61, 62, and 63 in there, so we need to bring these three items back. I make a motion to bring item 61, which is bill number 2008-4, bill number 2008-5, and bill number 2008-7, to rescind our votes, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Are we okay? Let's do it again, please. Let's vote. Opposed? All right. right, motion carries.
I believe our attorney, Brian Scott's going to read these items into the record again, please.
Would you be kind enough to do that?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Bill number 2008-4, an ordinance to adopt the public buildings element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2008-5, an ordinance to adopt the transit element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2008-7, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
And the motion was made this morning for approval of these items. I'll make the same motion.
All right, that's on all three items, 61, 62, and 63.
Yes.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Then,
Thank you.
Your Honor, we need to bring items 71, 72, Bill number 2008-13, and Bill number 2008-14, but it does not require a vote.
All right, would you please read those into the record?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Bill number 2008-13, an ordinance to update the city's firearm registration requirements to conform to state law and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2008-14, an ordinance to allow short-term residential rentals in residential districts as a conditional use and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll now turn to, and correct me if I'm wrong, item 82? 74? Thank you for correcting me. What did I do here? Okay. Okay, items 74 through 76 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine, and they're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve agenda items 74 through 76, please?
So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions. So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now, items 77 through 84, with the exception of 81, which has been obeyed, may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered to be routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Items 77 through 84 are public hearings.
Your
I
Honor,
now declare them open.
We have a request to bring item 82 forward and hear it, please.
All right, we'll hear 82 before we hear the others then.
Mayor?
Yes.
Since these are public hearing items, we'll need to read in number 77.
I plan to read them all in, but we're going to. There's been a request to pull 82 to have that considered, so we'll pull 82 first and then go back. All right. 82 is MSP 25930. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Decatur Roman numeral 3 LLC et al. Request for a master sign plan for an approved 458,053 square foot retail center on 36.43 acres at the northwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Tropical Parkway. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Councilor Ross?
We just want to turn the time over to the planning director for a change.
All right, Ms. Wheeler.
Mayor and Councilman, we're just recommending adding one condition to read, monument sign C, as shown on plans date stamp 12/7/07, shall be non-illuminated or relocated so as to be non-intrusive to residential neighborhoods, subject to approval of the Planning and Development Department.
Has that been brought to the attention of the applicant?
Yes, it has.
Has the applicant agreed?
Yes, sir.
Yes? All right. I'll take the motion then.
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of that item as amended.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carried. Thank you. Now we'll go back to
77.
77. As I said, we're going to consider items 77 through 84, with the exception of 82
and 81.
And 81. Okay. I'll read them all into the record. Item 77 is GPA 25383, public hearing. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas, requests to modify map number 7, existing and proposed trail alignments of the Centennial Hills sector plan to remove alignments of a proposed multi-use non-equestrian trail along the Wallapai Way alignment between Grand Teton Drive and Cow Canyon Road, and along Log Cabin Way between Fort Apache Road and a point approximately 4,080 feet in a westerly direction. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 78 is ZON 25992. The applicant owner is Cornucopia Investments, LLC. Request for rezoning from R1, single-family residential, to C1, limited commercial, on .94 acres adjacent to the south side of Vegas Drive, approximately 580 feet west of Pyramid Drive. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 79 is SDR 25995. The applicant owner is Cornucopia Investments, LLC. Request for site development plan review for proposed 9,000 square foot office development on .94 acres adjacent to the south side of Vegas Drive, approximately 580 feet west of Pyramid Drive. In Ward 5, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. Number 80 is RQR 25872. The applicant is Diversified Realty. The owner is ESS Prisa, LLC. Required 5-year review of an approved variance which allowed an off-premise advertising billboard sign to be raised to a height of 55 feet and allowed the sign to be 150 feet from residential zoning district where 300 feet is the minimum separation allowed at 1399 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 5, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. '83 is VAC 25984. The applicant owner is the Schnippel Family, LP. Petition to vacate a portion of public right-of-way generally located at Schaumburg Road and West Rome Boulevard in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 84 is SDR 25985. The applicant owner is Schnippel Family, LP. Request for a site development plan review for a 234-unit, 3-story condominium development on 11.3 acres at the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Schaumburg Road in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Now, is there anyone who wishes to be heard on any of these matters during the public hearing portion of the agenda? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearings. May I have a motion then to approve items 77 through 84 with the exception of 81 and 82?
Yes, Your Honor, so moved with all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 85, 86, and 87. 85 is ZON 25278. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Investment Solutions, Inc. Request for rezoning from U, undeveloped O office, general plan designation, to O office on 1.04 acres at the southeast corner of Red Coach Avenue and Balsam Street in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 86 is VAR 25277. This too will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Investment Solutions, Inc. Request for variance to allow 56 parking spaces where 80 spaces are required for a proposed 2-story, 23,941 square foot office building on 1.04 acres at the southeast corner of Red Coach Avenue and Balsam Street in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 87 is SDR 25276. Public hearing. The applicant owner, Investment Solutions, Inc. requests for site development plan review for a 2-story, 23,354 square foot office building on 1.04 acres at the southeast corner of Red Coach Avenue and Balsam Street in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. These are all public hearings. They're now declared open. Is the applicant present? Anybody here on behalf of Investment Solutions, Inc.? Councilor Brown, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the first. This is the second time they've just not shown up. Have they contacted the city?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
They haven't contacted our office. Mr. Scott, what are my options as far as tabling or striking or?
Councilman, you may strike it, you may deny it, you can approve it, whichever would.
I'd hate to deny it without giving them the opportunity to at least speak on it.
We could table it, so if the applicant wants to bring the application back at another time, they'll at least hold it in limbo.
Now, would that have them go back through the process, Planning Commission, or would they come directly to the...
They would come directly to you.
All right. Then,
But they would be renoticed.
They would be renoticed for the tabling.
very good. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mayor, my motion would be to table items 85, 86, and 87.
All right, before we vote on that, is anybody from the audience wanting to comment on these particular matters? All right, seeing none, we'll vote. Opposed, please.
And, Your Honor,
Motion
if I could
carries.
ask Ms. Wheeler, would we then notify the applicant or the owner on record of our action today?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Item 90 and 91. 90 is RQR 25668. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Moon Valley Nursery. The owner is American Gear Reduction, Inc., Wyckoff Newburgh Corp. Request for a required 3-month review of an approved special use permit for proposed outdoor storage sales within town center on 5.22 acres at 7215 and 7275 Tully Springs Road in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. 91 is RQR 25665. Public hearing. The applicant is Moon Valley Nursery. The owner is American Gear Reduction, Inc., Wyckoff Newburgh Group. Request for a required 3-month review of an approved site development plan review for outdoor storage sales and waiver of the perimeter landscape requirements on 5.22 acres at 7215 and 7275 Tully Springs Road in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Is anybody here on behalf of Moon Valley Nursery or American Gear Reduction, Wyckoff Newburgh? All right, seeing none, Councilman Ross, what's your pleasure?
Thank you, Your Honor. My staff received a phone call yesterday from a Victor Rodriguez and also received a copy of a letter where Moon Valley Nursery indicated they were prepared to surrender their special use permits on this project in lieu of completing the project and conditions of their approval. I'd like to submit this letter to the clerk for the record. Moon Valley Nursery has failed to conform to the conditions of approval on this site, including constructing the perimeter walls or bringing the development in conformance with the site plan or the landscaping plan. While their letter suggests a timeline suggesting that they have been working towards meeting the conditions on this site, our city staff has repeatedly found code violations, and they have not actually made any of the required on-site improvements. Based on the representations from their engineering representative and the fact that they have not met or even attempted to work through the issues of their conditions for approval, I move, Your Honor, to follow staff's recommendation for denial of agenda item 90.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And likewise on agenda item 91, move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Your Honor, I would in turn, for the record, should the applicant inquire, would like to give them at least 30 days to remove their things from the City of Las Vegas portion of this project. Part of it is in the county, one of my little county islands out there. I think I haven't had a chance to run by there. They've indicated that's already been moved. I think 30 days would give them enough time to finish the project that they haven't. I'll run by there tonight and take a look.
All right, very good. And may I suggest that if it isn't removed, that perhaps somebody from your office send them a note saying that we expect it to be removed within 30 days.
That will happen, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Items 94 and 95. 94 is SUP 25366. Public hearing. The applicant is Nevada Health Centers, Inc. The owner, Constantino Noval, Nevada 2, LLC. Request for special use permit for a social service provider at 5001 East Bonanza Road, Suite 104. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. 95 is SUP 25599. Applicant Nevada Health Centers, Inc. Owner, Amcor Properties, LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for a social service provider at 3233 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 204. Should these be heard together? Yeah, I think they should not be heard together. So, pardon me, strike my comments as to 95. We'll hear 94 at this time. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Dr. Carl Hurd, Chief Medical Officer and Interim CEO for Nevada Health Centers. Just saying that I appreciate the opinions of staff and here to answer any questions. There was a letter submitted by the legal representative of the landlord of the Bonanza facility, and I just wanted to make sure that that got to staff and to council as well. In particular, if you'd like me, I can summarize just those. First off, he's reiterated his commitment to us as tenants and also to all tenants within the facility. And then the second thing is he raises the question about whether there is a need for additional handicap parking, since the clients that we serve, none of which would be eligible to use handicap parking. I was going to strike that condition. Oh, okay. I'm going to strike that condition.
All right. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right. Seeing none, it's public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and turn to Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Yes, I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Hurd. I certainly agree with the need that and the service they are providing. I guess at the Planning Commission, they addressed 6 additional handicap parking spaces. I went down there at the shop, so I have no idea why they would do this. I would ask to strike condition number 1. I want to reiterate condition number 2, that there should be no loitering in front of the premises at all. And you're going to have to control that yourself, but if we get any reports or complaints, I'm going to come directly to you. Sounds good. And I'd be glad to hear from you at any time that we might be able to improve our performance in that community. And the hours will be 7:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday. Yes, sir. And I was wondering about that particular restriction. That's what we initially had recommended as our current operating hours. But if there may be a chance to adjust those somewhat to accommodate women, perhaps getting off work and those types of things, if there might be a chance to change that. I'm going to stick to those hours. Okay. If you need to come back and revisit them at a later date, you can make application to reconsider the condition. But as of now, I think 7:30 to 4:30 is fine. Great. Thank you. With those changes, Your Honor, make a motion for approval of this item, please.
All right. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl.
Item 95 is SUP 25599. The applicant is Nevada Health Centers. The owner is Amcor Properties, LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a social service provider at 3233 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 204 in Ward 1. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Again, Dr. Carl Hurd, Chief Medical Officer, Nevada Health Centers on Spring Mountain Road. We would like to withdraw the appeal at this time. We've been able to work with Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff and believe we found a suitable alternative location.
All right, very good. Councilwoman, will that be your motion?
Yes, that would be my motion to follow through what he has said. Withdraw.
Okay. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, 101 and 102. 101 is GPA 25969. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner, Smoke Ranch Investments, requests to amend a portion of the Southwest Sector Plan of the General Plan from MLA, Medium-Low Attached Density Residential, to GC, General Commercial, on 5.33 acres adjacent to the south side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 175 feet east of Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the service commercial. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial, as I said. This is a public hearing which is now declared open. 102 is ZON 25970. The same applicant owner requests for rezoning from R1 single-family residential under resolution of intent to RPD 10 residential plan development 10 units per acre to C2 general commercial on 5.33 acres adjacent to the south side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 175 feet east of Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the C1. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing on both of these matters, and I now declare them open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Richard Turner with L.R. Nelson Engineering on behalf of the applicant, and we would ask that you follow Planning Commission's recommendation and approve the application, and I can answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, be happy to hear from you. Yes, sir. please step up and give us your name.
Got it off this time.
I would never tell you to take that off, but that's your pleasure.
Don Doring, 4324 Mark Avenue, Las Vegas. When I received this notice for a neighborhood meeting, it had the address of Rainbow Library at 3150 North Buffalo Drive. Mr. Mayor, through you, may I ask Councilman Brown a couple of questions?
Well, certainly.
Councilman Brown, is that in your ward? Is Buffalo in your ward? Were you notified by this applicant that they were going to hold a neighborhood meeting in your ward?
No, that's not customary.
Okay. The reason why I asked those questions is that this is in Ward 5. The neighborhood, quote, unquote, meeting was in Ward 4, which is miles away from this location. And at one time, I know that was a problem, that developers were always holding their neighborhood meetings far away to take and help reduce the number of people attending their neighborhood meetings so they can come here and say, well, we had no opposition. Well, first of all, I don't even know where this place is located. I've never been in this neighborhood. Even though I've been here for almost 20 years, I've never been in this neighborhood. The other problem I have is that I would prefer that it still go residential as to any type of commercial. And what also bothers me is that there's no design review. There's nothing here that they, when they were before the Planning Commission, that was one of the concerns that one of the commissioners had, is that, well, we approved this, and then all of a sudden you can come back with almost anything. Well, first they wanted C2, which was, you could put almost anything there. Then the Planning Commission dropped it down to service commercial. But I would still prefer that it would be left residential. And Councilman Reese, I think when I was here before, I said I didn't trust American Richmond Homes. And unfortunately, that came true. They gave up on the land. The land is still for sale. And I forgot to look at it today before I left to come here to see if they had cleaned it up yet. That was one of the Commissioner's concerns, too, is all the debris that's always on the land there.
If I can, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I guess you just fought them too hard. I don't know whether you want any build over there.
Oh, no, I want a decent residential would be nice. But I think because of the residential that comes up on the east side and the south side, that the convenience store that's there now, I don't think that's too much of a problem, because there's also a residential close to the other one on Rancho.
Your Honor, if I can again.
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to get into a dialogue here. Councilman Barlow, if I could, at this location, it's just really, really hard to build any type of residential and have people live there, basically on Decatur Boulevard or on Smoke Ranch. It's just, to me, it's not a proper planning move to ask people to live on these two streets. Now, the other houses that was built there many years ago, right, yes. But again, now, to build something there residential, it's just really hard to get anybody to go in there and build anything that would be a success, I think. Thank you. Thank you, Ricky.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I guess that's all the comments I have.
Very good, thank you.
I would wish they would have come up with a plan so that, I know the guy wanted to divide the lots so that he'd be selling each, like 2 or 3 different parcels. That was his comment at the Planning Commission also. So I would prefer, sorry, Reese, Councilman Reese, but I still prefer residential in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard on these matters? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then, and Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. The gentleman made a statement in regards to the neighborhood meeting being held at a remote location outside of the ward. The location in which it was held, according to the documents I have before me, was Rainbow Library. Is that correct?
Actually, I believe it was the Buffalo Library on Buffalo and Cheyenne is where the neighborhood meeting was held.
That's Rainbow Library.
Rainbow Library.
Okay. There were 7 people that showed up. There were no objections, with the exception of some members of a church that were down the street. However, there were no residences adjacent to the site that had any concerns.
Yeah, that actually really raises my eyebrow. I've known of meetings to take place further away from the development in order to draw less opposition of the application. And I'm not saying that this is the case with you, but the gentleman brought it up, and now that I look at it, it does, he does make sense.
Well, I can assure you that that's not the case, and we are actually directed by staff on where the appropriate meeting places are to be held. So I believe that's where this location came from, was staff's recommendations.
And that raises my eyebrow that much more now, to say that just a block away, we had a neighborhood meeting last night for the development, just less than a half a mile from this site that that we held right at the Texas station last night, which was actually a success. Did you bring the site plan, your site plan with you? Did you bring anything with you?
I do have the preliminary site plan.
Do you have that with you now?
I do.
Okay, bring that forward, please.
Overhead, please.
And would you depict to me what in fact we're looking at for the record?
What we had envisioned was approximately half the development, which would be on the south, would be a two-story mini storage.
Point to it, please.
Larger building here, and the rest of the uses would be retail and possibly automotive. At this time, the developer is moving forward with a commercial subdivision, which will allow him to split off parcels as developers come in, and it will dictate architectural styles and uses that can be on the property.
I don't recall seeing this development. Did you all meet with me regarding this?
I did not. I spoke with your liaison yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move to obey this item so that I can speak with you further about this. I need to take a closer look at this. And so my motion today would be to obey this item. What would be the best day according to the agenda?
We have March 5th or March 19th.
March 5th or March 19th. Let's go with March 19th. My motion would be to obey this item for March 19th to give us time to meet so that I can look at this development, and we'll bring it back at the March 19th meeting.
That'll work for us.
That'll be my motion, Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
that will be to 101 and 102, correct?
Yes, that would be for 101 and 102. Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. See you then.
Thank you.
Items 103, 104, and 105. 103 is GPA 25997, the applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the general plan from L, low-density residential, PROS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and ML, medium-low-density residential, to PF, Public Facilities, on 26.56 acres, adjacent to the south side of Durango Drive and Giuliano Road in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's going to be a public hearing. 104 is ZON 25999, same applicant, same owner, request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, PROS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and ML, medium-low density residential general plan designations and RE residence estates, to CV Civic on 26.56 acres adjacent to the south side of Durango Drive and Giuliano Road in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And 105 is SDR 26000, same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for a public park on 26.56 acres adjacent to the south side of Durango Drive and Giuliano Road. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff. Michael Vlaevich, 400 Stewart Avenue, City of Las Vegas Public Works, representing the applicant, which is the City of Las Vegas. We reviewed conditions on all of the applications and concur with them, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, close the public hearing then. This isn't Councilman Ross's ward.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is it built yet?
Sure.
And you know how anxious I am. So thank you very much. I want to thank staff for moving forward with this. I want to move for approval, Your Honor. Follow Planning Commission's and staff's recommendation for approval of 103.
All right, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries.
Again, likewise with the college, the folks out there in the Northwest are looking forward to this facility as well, so I would follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of 104 as well.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post? Motion carries.
And would also move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of 105.
Very good. Let's vote. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whoops. Okay. 108 and 109. 108 is VAR 25988. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Pecos Partners, LLC. Request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 58.5 feet where 66 feet is required for a proposed 7,250 square foot general retail development on 2.57 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 245 feet west of Pecos Road. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval subject to conditions. It will be a public hearing. 109 is SDR 25991. Same applicant owner. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 7,250 square foot general retail development on 2.57 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 245 feet west of Pecos Road in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. They're both public hearings. They're now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, my name is Sue Gray. I'm with Perlman Design Group at 2230 Corporate Circle in Henderson. I'm here representing the applicants, Pecos Partners, and I request that you go ahead and follow the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve my project, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the young lady?
One big question.
Yes.
What are you going to build there?
We're going to build a 7,250 square foot retail building with a 1,200 square foot coffee shop with a drive-through in the back here.
Well, the last we just approved a Tesco store at this location.
That's correct. If you look right here, this is the Tesco or Fresh and Easy, and this will be completing the development of that parcel. And my applicant, Pecos Partners, has been working with Tesco and owns the entire parcel and has been working with Tesco.
I'm going to make a motion to hold these items in abeyance. I do have some residential adjacency standards there that I do have a problem with the coffee shop and stuff like that. I want to know more about what's going to go in there, how it's going to be situated. I knew that we was going to have some other development in there when we approved Tesco, but I don't know anything about this project, and I don't feel comfortable in putting something like this in that close to the neighborhood.
All right.
March 5th or March 19th?
March 19th would be fine.
All right. There's a motion to obey till March the 19th on 108 and 109. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. You'll be in touch with the Mayor Pro Tem.
We certainly will. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very good. 110 is VAR 23575, a public hearing. The applicant owner is Ebenezer Church of God in Christ. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow a freestanding institutional sign to be 10.75 feet high, where 8 feet is the maximum height permitted, to allow the sign area to be 129 square feet, where 50 square feet is the maximum area permitted, and to include an electronic message unit where no such illumination type is permitted for an existing church house of worship on 1.11 acres at 1072 West Bartlett Avenue, Ward 5. This application has been amended for a reduced height of 6.5 feet and a reduced sign area of 34.5 square feet. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Councilman Barrow, my name is Leonard Folmar. I'm the administrator at Ebenezer Church of God in Christ. And this item was tabled at the, in March. Not March. September, I believe that was. At the request of Councilman Barlow. Since that time, we've had an opportunity to meet with Councilman Barlow. We've reconfigured the sign so that the sign is now within the approved sign regulations. We have reconfigured the location so as to avoid the facing of residential, and I believe that we now have a agreement with the councilman's office.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and Councilman Barlow, your pleasure, please.
Yes, Mayor. This development has been a long time coming. I've been working with the Ebenezer Church of God in Christ for quite some time, even as a staff person, watching this development move forward. And I'm pleased to see the development in which it has come to, as far as the doors are almost ready to be open. And for that, I want to thank Deacon Fulmar, as well as Pastor McDonald, as well as the contractor of the church, for all of the due diligence that you all have put forward and all of your hard work as far as working with myself and my staff in regards to the signage, as well as the on-site and off-site improvements that have occurred over the years. And so for that, I am pleased to ask the request of the mayor and council to move this item forward, subject to all staff's conditions.
Right.
And I would like for Margot also to place her comments on the record as well.
Ms. Wheeler?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman, on conditions 3 and 4, we need to change the date on the plans that were submitted to reflect the new plans, and that would be those plans dated January 7th, 08.
And that's an agreement with you, is it not, sir?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Is that it, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay.
So that will be my motion with the added comments from planning.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 111 is SUP 25923. Public hearing. The applicant is Galleria. The owner is Seabreeze Village LLC. Request for special use permit for proposed supper club at 1780 North Buffalo Drive in Suite 101. This is in Ward 1, and this is to be heard in conjunction with the morning session item number 54. 54 is discussion and possible action regarding change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership for supper club license from Azevedo and Azevedo doing business as Little Mexican Restaurant, which is non-operational, to Gallerias Las Vegas LLC doing business as Gallerias at 1780 North Buffalo Drive in Suite 101 in Ward 1. Yes, Ms. Myers.
Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Service, mayors and members of council. On item 54, do you want to do 111 first or 54?
Whatever your pleasure. I think 54 goes first.
Okay. On item 54, you have before you a copy of the investigative report, and it shows an area of concern from the Metropolitan Police Department for Mr. Rubio. Therefore, our staff's recommendation would be on this applicant to issue a temporary license with a 6-month review.
All right, thank you.
We're not opposed to that, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Are there any questions, Ed, on 54?
For the record, Your Honor, Charles Odgers on behalf of Galleria's Mall, 619 South 6th Street,
Good.
Las Vegas.
The gentleman with you?
Mr. Rubio.
Ramiro Rubio,
All
the owner
right,
of the
thank you, sir.
restaurant.
Very good, thank you. All right, that's 84. Let's hear 111 as well, your arguments on that, and then we could vote on the two of them.
Your Honor, on 111, my client has applied for a special use permit to have, obviously, his liquor license as well as a gaming, not to exceed 5 machines. That's the issue before the council today. We're not aware of any major concern. We do know that Councilman Tarkanian has received a letter from one of the tenants in the facility, but it's an issue of a contract dispute between the landlord and Mr. Rubio and not involving this particular tenant. And it deals specifically with the gaming machines.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Right down here.
Yes.
It's my understanding that this wasn't an application for the gaming today, but it's just for the liquor today, and that the gaming would come later on. Is that correct? I just wanted to correct the record because they indicated it was for the gaming and the liquor, but I think it's just for the liquor today.
I haven't seen the application, Your Honor. My understanding was it was for both.
It's for a proposed supper club, and that doesn't give you the gambling automatically.
Right. It doesn't automatically give you the gaming. I mean, they're able to have 5 machines. They'd have to go through a separate gaming license, if I understand from Carol.
And they haven't applied for gaming with us.
Okay.
All right, so before you put any machines in there, assuming that we vote approval, make sure you have the proper permitting. All right, are there any questions of...
Because there was some concern, and because of what was mentioned here by staff, I just would like to clarify. If we vote for the proposed supper club, does that automatically give them liquor? No.
For the liquor? Yeah.
It does.
It gives them
Okay.
liquor, but not gaming.
But not gaming, okay. So I just wanted to clarify that if this is approved, it gives you the liquor to serve at the supper club, but it does not give you the gaming. That's a whole separate entity.
Right, and it gives them the right to apply for gaming, and they can have up to 5 machines, Councilman.
And that'll be obviously the process that we'll follow, but at this particular point, we can't do anything without the board's approval of this application for the liquor license.
Of the supper club?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
Yes, sir.
And you had voiced, there had been a concern of something with Mr. Rubio, is that right?
Correct. And so our
And he sort of had a quizzical look in his eyes, so I didn't know if you wanted to say anything about that or not.
I'm not aware of anything about Mr. Rubio's background that would cause concern for Metro.
Did you receive a copy of your police report from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
No, I talked to the investigator. I never received a report. The investigator, she called me personally and said, everything is fine with you. You can go ahead with the process that you are doing right now. But she never gave me a letter or something in writing. No.
Okay. Their concerns were just that you had issues with your Seattle license pertaining to minors being served at your location, so...
Yeah, well, I explained then what happened because I have a restaurant in Seattle that I've been having a liquor license there for 14 years, and one of my wait staff served a minor then. And then, since I'm the owner of the restaurant, they made me responsible, but I went to the liquor board there on the state of Washington, and I explained them what happened, then, and says, okay, because we are responsible. And now the same ticket or the same fine they give to me as an owner, they give it now to the waiter to make him responsible to, the work that he
But the thing
performs.
is that here in Las Vegas, you would be responsible also.
Yes.
If liquor is served to minors, and in the past, this council's been very strong about the fact that they fall hard on liquor being served to minors.
Yes.
So I want you to understand that clearly. I want you to know there's no gaming approved by us, that you understand that clearly also.
Yes.
The only thing approved is the proposed supper club.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. I would, excuse me.
May I just chime in just for a second, just for clarification as far as Mr. Scott? Is he still down there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Councilman Ross was covering him up.
Ross was covering you up.
The supper club license comes with, is that beer and wine or is that complete package?
That's
what
everything.
level?
That's everything.
That's everything?
Beer, wine, liquor.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, public comment, folks? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Councilwoman, your motion, please.
I move to support staff's recommendation, the temporary with the 6-month review.
All right, that's on 54. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And on 111, please.
Move to approve with staff's recommendation.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Councilman, I know that there's not a 6-month review on this. Would you also like one for this one also?
Yes, I said the 6-month review first. I should have reserved it for 111, right?
No, you can do it on both. The one for number 54
Okay,
is the
then,
liquor license.
let it stay with the 6-month review, which was your recommendation, on both.
And if I may, that would be 6 months after the issuance of the business license for the alcohol.
That's correct.
Thank
Yes.
Are you understand that, Mr. Rubio?
We understand, Your Honor.
He will explain to me better.
Your lawyer will explain to you better? Okay, but I want you to understand that you'll be back here in 6 months.
Yes.
And we'll check up to see whether everything is A-OK.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll be able to give you a more permanent license at that time. But
Okay.
right now you have a 6-month license.
Thank you
Your
very
Honor,
much.
if you like Mexican gourmet food, I've eaten there personally. It actually is pretty good.
Well, don't say pretty good. Tell me what the specialty is.
We have filet uruapan, there is a skirt steak, there is shark broil, and has avocado sauce on top of it.
Oh. Oh, wait. When can we get that liquor license? This is pretty good. Okay.
I welcome everybody, please, to stop by sometime.
All right, that's excellent. Yeah, call my office when you get the license, okay?
We'll do, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Big
Thank you.
martinis in margarita glasses.
I'm promised.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, post, please.
I voted 3 times already.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 113. 113 is SUP 25996. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Curtis Poindexter, M.D., request for a special use permit for a horse corral or stable, a commercial one, for 35 horses at 10301 Homestead Road in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Is a representative, Dr. Poindexter, here? Or Dr. Poindexter? Councilman Ross, what we'd like to do here?
I think we should take a tour of his ranch, actually, Your Honor, since he's not here, and just surprise visit him. Actually, he's got quite a nice spread out there. I'm going to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, agenda item 113.
Okay, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. 114, 115, and 116. 114 is SUP 26015. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Gateway Las Vegas, LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed urban lounge at 401 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's going to be a public hearing. 115 is SUP 26073. This is the Gateway Las Vegas, LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment, general business related at 401 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And 116 is SDR 26013. The applicant owner is Gateway Las Vegas, LLC. Request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review for a proposed 41-story mixed-use development, including 442 condominium units and 3,370 square feet of commercial uses, 1.43 acres at 401 East Charleston Boulevard. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which are now open. Yes, folks.
My name is Nir Burris. I'm with Nir Burris LLC, 1912 Sunderland Place, Northwest Washington, D.C. 20036, on behalf of Paul Murad and Gateway Las Vegas LLC.
Okay, and this is the property which is presently the apartment unit
Correct.
on the corner. I just saw those signs concerning the notification when I was driving in the other day. And do you really have the money to build this project, or this is...
We are working on it. We're pulling in the financing.
It's tough times.
Well, thank you for the recommendation.
Well, I'm just telling you as a matter of practicality, because I don't want to get people excited about a terrific project taking place based on the money market as it is today. But we're happy to hear from you.
I'm Karen McAllister, the finance officer. And like you, Mr. Mayor, we know that these are austere economic times.
They are.
But just as people saw a desert and they knew it would be an oasis, we see this gateway as a possibility. And we're determined, as those in the past were, to make this happen.
Okay, well, it's a great piece of property, but I don't want my Mayor Pro Tem to be disappointed either, because he had a project in in his ward where he's still waiting for the check to be sent in from
It's in the Treasury Department.
from Canada. I checked on it. I was told that it would be in the mail, and we called day after day after day. And
Yeah, it was coming from Salt Lake City, though.
It was from Salt Lake City. This morning we were advised that it's somehow been waylaid into the Treasury Department, but do the best you can, of course.
Well, I just got one question. What is the major modification to the site development plan?
We had a change in the design of the building, which on the one hand simplified it as a structure, and at the same time utilized the volume that was available according to the zoning and the FAA height limit and so on.
How was it changed? Could you...
We added a number of units. We actually utilized, in the previous round of design, the top 10 floors or so were not utilized for anything other than an architectural feature. We use those for apartments. At the same time, we simplified the building so it's a rectangular building and it's not an odd-shaped building like it was before.
So we're not going... The units
and we increased parking substantially.
The units aren't going to be any smaller or anything?
Sorry?
The units aren't going to be smaller?
No, the program's the same.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. All right, folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval item number 114 with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on 115, special use permit 26073, I make a motion following Planning Commission and staff recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And with the assurance of the monies in the mail, I'll make a motion for approval of item 116, the amendment to the site development plan that has been approved.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Don't leave yet. Mr. Murad is here, a day late, dollar short. Do you have a rendering of what you propose?
I do.
All I can tell you is one thing. My friend, I'll tell you one thing. You better keep your tenants in there, okay, until you get your financing for this.
We're doing that. We have a great manager, Phil Jimenez,
Okay.
taking good
You got
care of the
it
tenants.
I got it upside down, and I'm afraid that's what the project is. Nope, now it's sideways. Upside down and sideways.
He's trying to
Now
fit it in the frame.
All right.
And that's why.
Okay, good.
He's trying to fit.
Very attractive.
It's not-
I was
it's not
asking your
pretty good.
colleagues about the financing, and they understand that, as the young lady says, it's pretty austere out there right now, so.
It is. It is, absolutely. But, I've had this property since 2005.
Oh, I understand. It's a great piece of property.
I've purchased it then. I've kept our payments on time, and, we've got the financing in place for where we currently are, and we're looking for additional financing for the next phase. We're taking one phase at a time, not jumping ahead of ourselves, and being conservative and, managing where we are.
All right, just be sure you start at the top in your phasing, and then build down.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mayor, I have a question,
Yes.
just real briefly. How tall is the building? How many stories?
460 feet, and we've got 41 stories. 460 feet, we had approval from, or not approval, but a letter of no hazard from FAA back in 2005, so we have that in place. And, it's a great corner. I think it's the next strategic corner to be really redeveloped and connect downtown and the Strip.
All right, please identify yourself for the record.
Paul Murad.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much, folks. We wish you a lot of luck with it, really.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful project, gateway to the city. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been asked to recall 105. 105 is SDR 26000. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for site development plan review for public park on 26.56 acres adjacent to the south side of Durango Drive and Giuliano Road. And this is in Ward, where is it? 6? Yes, Ward 6. Yes, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do we need to take a vote to recall it?
Yes.
Then I move to recall agenda item 105.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. I turn the time over to Director Wheeler.
All right.
Thank you. Mayor and Councilman, Councilman Ross was in such a hurry to get the park built that I couldn't get this condition change in. I need to change condition number 3 to reference the site plan and landscape plan, date stamped February 8th, '08. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And of course, the city's the applicant, so we are put on notice.
And then with that, Your Honor, I'll move to again, approve agenda item 105 as amended.
Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 117 is RQR 26631. The applicant owner is T&R LLC. Request for a required 6-month review for an approved liquor establishment, a tavern, 1.55 acres at 235 South Main Street in Ward 3. The staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Terry Murphy, 7936 West Sahara, representing the applicant, along with
Dennis Gowald from Brownstein Hyatt, Farber and Schreck, and our address is 300 South 4th Street.
And we're just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, are there any questions of the lady or gentleman? Yes.
Explain to them what we're doing here. You're just asking us to vote on something, and we have no idea what this is, the Old Nevada Club.
Yep.
And they want to have this license for 8 hours to keep the license in place. We're not opening a new tavern.
We're not opening a new tavern. This is an application to keep the license intact, and I'll defer to Director Wheeler for any of the technical aspects of why we're here. The council in our previous application gave us a license with a 6-month review, and the recommendation today is that no further review is required. The hotel, the Nevada Club, is closed right now. There was a fire. We closed it down for safety purposes and are in the process of planning what it will become in the future downtown Las Vegas.
All right, thank you. Ms. Miller, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, the previous motion was to have a 6-month review from a planning and land use standpoint, so planning felt that meant to have it back on your agenda, and that's what we're doing today.
All right. Again, it's just all we're doing is allowing them to keep their license in place.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
All right, anyone like to be heard at a public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you folks.
Thank you.
119 is SDR 25981. It's a public hearing. The applicant owner is Nevada Paralyzed Veterans of America. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission for a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing residence into an office building and waivers of perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow a 0-foot buffer along the south property line where 5 feet is required, 1.15 acres at 704 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, folks.
Yeah, I'm Tom Gibb from the contractor. Just here to answer any questions. We've been meeting with Congresswoman Tarkanian on this, and I think we've come to some pluses in this. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Would you like to be heard, ma'am?
Julie Johnson, 3686 Julius Court, and just here to answer any questions you may have.
And sir, would you like to be heard?
My name is Michael Stern. I'm the president of the Nevada Paralyzed Veterans Nevada chapter.
All right, welcome here. All right, folks, any questions of these folks? All right, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
This is a 5013C.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what, somebody had asked me that. And we had some concern from our planning department about the landscaping not being able to be put in on the south side because of the need for the use in having the larger vans there. And you will be putting landscaping on the north side instead. I'm
Right.
correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
And then lastly, I wanted to say that this is a group that a long time ago I did some work with, and they always did great. It wasn't here in Nevada, it was in California, but it was always really good work, and I hope that continues. Be sure not to park on any grass, because I know you were very embarrassed about that, but it turned out fine. Were there any other conditions, Margot, that we thought we needed? We've
Mayor
gone
and
over this.
Councilwoman, the approval references the January 4th, 08, actually, I just know, which should say the January 4th, 08 site plan and landscape plan, and that includes the landscaping as referenced, the 10-foot in the front and the amount of trees and shrubs.
And when it comes time for the landscaping, you check through planning and they approve what you do. I move to approve this with all conditions.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 120, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. Okay, folks, we're up to item 121, which is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the mic, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident since 1999. I'm still having trouble with the people on Nellis Air Force Base. I don't know who to contact. I've been out to the VFW, the one out North Las Vegas near the Craig Road, and I have in the past talked to the commander out there, and I'm still having a problem. I went to that base several times trying to get out there, and the military police denied me access. Now, I don't know who's the commanding general, but I did one time at Barksdale Air Base before I left Louisiana. I called Barksdale Air Base to talk to the commanding general. I wasn't able to get through, and I think I'll have the same problem here. It's hard to get through to people at the top and let them know somebody's out there making a mess, and someone has to pay for it. If they don't pay now, it's going to cost them a lot more later, and then they'll be angry. They'll say, she just want a lot of money. She being greedy. No. Somebody has to pay for damages. If somebody come here and spray paint your walls, you want to pay for damages if they do anything to your building. I'm a human being. I worth more than a building. They are damaging my health. They have slandered my reputation, defamation of character, mental anguish I've suffered. Someone has to pay for these things. I have not done anything for them to keep doing things toward me or misusing my distress signal. And the ones out there that issue these type things, I've asked for a new one I will ask for mine to be reissued because they still don't have my permission to use me in an illegal or negligent way to promote organized criminal activity, prostitution, drug dealing, anything that they do, they know they shouldn't be doing because they're keeping it a secret. They try to avoid me. Now, it concerns me. I haven't given them permission. Now, if they want to deal with me, every time I walk in here, I give them permission to come and deal with me. Whoever is giving permission or doing it, they need to talk to me. They're going to have to pay more later, I guarantee you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you. What do you have there?
Okay.
Get it on your good side.
Oh, okay, licensing items. Okay, great. I will.
You guys.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. This will be an hour and a half.
You know, the last 3 times I've had this.
We've gotten good.
Yeah.
Good, you need to show up more often.
Yes, that's why I've been here.
Actually, those runs an hour. When we shut off the main system, it shut those off.